Chapter 231. This is Stark Industries. Sir, you can't go in. The hot receptionist hurriedly stood up and tried to stop Chenong, who was about to enter from the side. Her waist swayed, her curves were perfect, and Tani's aesthetic sense was once again revealed. It's not hard to imagine what kind of luck that playboy will enjoy when he goes to work. I can do it. Chun-Ong said hello to her and stepped into the elevator. Skynet has controlled the security system here, and his authority is the same as Stark's. The green light representing passage was quickly relit. This made the receptionist a little hesitant. Chun-Ang's authority was higher than hers, but she had never seen this person. The network defense of Stark Industries is one of the best on the Earth. Artificial intelligence, Jarvis controls part of the administrative power in the group and has the highest security authority. In theory, she doesn't have the right to manage so much. After thinking for a while, seeing the elevator carrying Chun-Ong disappear from sight, the beautiful receptionist pressed the security button next to her and said to the intercom on the stage, "Security department, check the security authority of the person who just went in." What? No one in the surveillance. I'm sure someone went in. Go inform Ms. Pep. The Stark Security Department hurriedly contacted the Chief Control Artificial Intelligence Jarvis, but the defense of the building has been taken over by Skynet. Of course, they can't receive a reply. At this time, even the slowest person understands that the headquarters of Stark Industries has been invaded. Skynet's nanorobots look like sticky silver liquid. They flow into the Stark building along the city's water system. The employees of Stark Industries can see that wherever there is a water pipe, a silver liquid begins to seep out. The metal and electronic products infected by the liquid, their internal circuits and parts melt rapidly, deform, reshape, and finally completely change into another form. Silently, the entire building is covered with this liquid robot. Although the appearance has not changed, its internal structure and components are undergoing earth-shaking changes. The employees of Stark Industries looked around in panic, filled with an inflated silver gel, and even with machinery and powerful firearms, they couldn't tear it apart. There's a riot in Stark Square, and the Stark building next to it has also been invaded. We've got a lock on someone in the satellite. Director, you have to take a look. Agent Hill hurriedly handed over the projector screen. Nick did not know how long it had been since he last saw Agent Hill in such a panic. Even the countdown to the sun's explosion did not make her this panicked. When he received the projection, he was still in the mood to be curious, but when he saw the back view of Chun-Ong stepping into the Stark building, his heart skipped a beat. He silently repeated the word F***CK 6 or 7 times in his heart. If only Bruce was here. Nick sighed. He's the best scholar in the country who studies gamma-ray detection, as well as the strongest warrior. Although Stark is also excellent, he's more focused on building weapons. Now we need both the Tesseract and the damn Loki's conspiracy. We need to solve the solar crisis, and we also need to figure out why that person appeared in the Stark building. I don't even know what's most important. Is it the solar crisis? Or is it Dr. Doom who made it? There should be a clue that links all of this together. Eltech analyzed. It's impossible that there's no connection between all of this. Nick muttered to himself, clue? Yes, clue. The clue of the battle that happened on Neptune is Dr. Doom and his enemies. They caused the solar crisis. But Dr. Doom returned to Earth from Neptune and went to the Stark building. This is a complete clue. Then there's Loki. He stole the Tesseract and attracted the Asgardians and human warriors from the parallel world. We all know that he has a conspiracy. Thor told us that the Tesseract is a door that opens the barrier between us and the parallel universe. Then there's Bruce's escape, and we don't know who helped him. There are 2 key figures in all of this, Dr. Doom and Loki. They are the core of 2 crises. The other 2 are the Tesseract and Dr. Doom's enemies. We still need a key to help us connect the 4 core clues and connect the 2 lines. Only then can we understand the cause and effect. Maybe we've found the key. Agent Hill looked up in shock. She pointed to the projector and said, "Thor has found the location of the Tesseract. It's in the Stark building." At this time, Chunong had arrived at the top floor of the Stark building. Dr. Eric, who was controlled by Loki, was debugging the portal of the Tesseract. Hawkeye was protecting him. Out of the instinct of an agent, he did not appear in conspicuous places. Instead, he hid in a relatively remote, sniping point and monitored the entire top floor of the building day and night. From his perspective, he could see most of the roads. If someone tried to take advantage of the few blind spots, they would be blown to pieces by a hidden landmine. He noticed the elevator the moment it appeared. The alloy bow was aimed at the elevator door. As long as there was a gap the width of a palm, Hawkeye could clearly see who was inside and decide whether to send the mechanical arrow into the person's brain in the next second. But the way Chunong opened the door was more special. The silver metal wires weaved into a flat and soft blanket under his feet and quickly spread in the air. It quickly covered the space on the top floor of the building in front of Hawkeye. The alloy bow in Hawkeye's hand was accidentally touched by this silver flocculent material. It quickly melted into a bundle of metal wires and tied his hand. The alloy arrow on his back also silently melted, sticking close to his body, using sharp metal wires to bind his joints and muscles. Even the slightest movement would leave behind bloody marks. This was not the first time Hawkeye faced Chunong, but it was the first time he faced Chunong alone. Dr. Eric had no power to resist. He just waved his weapon symbolically and was controlled by Skynet. Then, Chunong dispelled the blue in his pupils. The doctor was stunned for a moment. "What happened to me?" "You're controlled by Loki." Chunong walked in front of the Tesseract and looked at the blue cube inside the energy shield. He didn't even turn his head as he spoke. "Oh my God! The space door has been activated." Before Dr. Eric had time to say anything else, he rushed to the Tesseract. "The door is about to open. I can't close the door by myself. I need to contact S.H.I.E.L.D." Chapter 232. Chunong stood on the high platform of the Stark building, looking down at New York City under the night sky. This high platform faced the east, and a long eave protruded from the inside to the outside. On both sides of the corridor, there were mechanical hands that dismantled the metal armor. Every day, Iron Man would remove his armor here. Chunong moved a chair and sat here. He could see most of New York City. Shaking the wine that he took out from the bar next to him, Chunong looked a little more human. From the beginning of taking NZT-48 until now, the word emotion was a little distant from him. Along the way, he took drugs, transformed, practiced, and learned. He was getting closer and closer to the truth, but he was getting further and further away from human nature. When he first obtained his ability, Chunong still wanted to enjoy luxury and indulge in the illusion of money and money. But when he really sat here with Stark's collection of wine, he could feel that it was even more boring. This was not a process of alienation and loss, but more like a kind of growth, just like a child growing up and losing interest in candy and toys. What used to be vigilant and fearful seemed to be nothing more than a smile of innocence and ignorance today. Sitting here, he could deeply feel the future, the present, and the past. They were closely connected through a kind of pivot, and he could feel the ordinary and somewhat stupid version of himself in the past. The ordinary is me, and the ordinary is also me. The one with flesh and blood and feelings in the past is me, and the one who is not stagnant in everything now is also me. It was like an earthworm that had passed through countless planes and countless times. In a plane of life, only the smallest ring of the earthworm could be seen, and it would be considered a complete existence. But every part of the earthworm's body was it, and it was a real and complete part of its existence. The doubts and feelings that existed in the past were real, and they were part of Chunong. Now, this completely unfamiliar Chunong was also real, and it was also a part of this existence. Just like the earthworm's body sliding across a plane, The earliest ring disappeared, and it was replaced by another ring, but the earthworm did not change. It was close to the time when the space gate would open. The gamma-ray fluctuations in the void are becoming more and more obvious, and Chinong has seen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier through Skynet. 3 huge battleships in the shape of an aircraft carrier are suspended over New York City. This time the mothership was not as simple as it was in the movies. The firepower around it was strong enough. The surveillance system was even more thorough. The 4 huge anti-gravity engines gave it excellent power, and the well-designed aerodynamic shape also had an excellent stealth ability. With these 3 motherships, the UA Air Force could fight against the coalition forces of all the other countries on Earth. Unfortunately, if the opponent was someone from outside Earth, you want to see? Even the other forces on Earth believed that this was purely the wishful thinking of Earth's technology tree. Weapons were built on the basis of intelligence. In the face of other technology trees or even technological factors, this thing was a large target. It would not consider the mage's arbitrary door teleportation, Asgard's rainbow gate, the Communist Alliance's short-distance space wave, or the God's particle ineffectiveness field, high-energy gravitational wave, space vibration bullet. There were also 3 giants with psychic abilities, the Professor's psionic storm, Yuri's mind control, and Thanos' mind gem. The mutants had endless abilities, and there were 100 ways to make it impossible to survive. In the core area of the space-time carrier, Loki sat in a transparent cage. Father received an inquiry from S.H.I.E.L.D., which was 100 times more humiliating to him than Ron digging out his eyes. Thor looked at his brother angrily. I never thought that this day would come. I would see you in a mortal prison. Then you will give the mortals an answer for the murder of hundreds of mortals. Asgard's face has been lost by you alone. A god sentenced for murder. You have made us a big joke in the 9 realms. You are still so stupid. Thor. Loki smiled indifferently. Your punishment has not been completed. Odin needs you, even if you're still that idiot with a brain full of muscles. Doesn't he have time to train you? Loki. Thor's iron fist slammed heavily on the transparent wall between the two. Idiot, you're still putting on airs in front of them. Even Odin knows that we are no longer gods. Loki sneered. They are 100 times smarter than you. They can imprison me in this cage. They destroyed our old enemies and sent the frost giants to hell. They are colder than the frost giants, crueler than the dark elves, and crazier than the dwarves. You actually call them mortals. So you are going to conquer them alone? Thor sneered. Since you are so afraid of them, why are you still so bold? Loki said in a chanting tone, because I have an army, a powerful army that you can never imagine, and the support of an amazing existence. No matter how cruel humans are, they are only objects of my conquest. And you, Thor, are just a frog at the bottom of a well in Asgard. You can be a country lord, but I will be the conqueror of the earth and even this star field. Where is your army? Captain America came out from behind Thor and stared at Loki. Little bug hiding in the corner, have you finally come out? Loki laughed. I know what you want to ask, but it's too late for you. The Rubik's Cube has been opened. You hid the Rubik's Cube in the Stark building. You used it to open the door to other planets, didn't you? Captain America was not fooled by Loki's appearance and still focused on the core of the problem. Humans, cruel, crazy, evil, greedy existences, you can always surprise me, but your good luck ends here. You can never imagine what kind of enemy you will face next. Surrender is the kindest choice I can give you. You think everything is under your control? Captain America shook his head and said, to be honest, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't care what you are going to do. Alien army, Rubik's Cube, we care about it when we are in a good mood. But now we don't care about it at all. He looked into Loki's eyes, and his oppressive eyes made Loki uncomfortable. I came here to ask you, do you know someone? It's time. Chun-On looked at the clock on the wall and said to the professor, It's hard to stop me from doing anything in your current state. Are you here to watch the show? Even if I go all out, can I change anything? The professor said, I'm here to see the people you've really chosen. I want to see what kind of magic does the spark of civilization that you want to cultivate have, and is it worth it for you to change the world into what it is now? Chapter 233. Near dawn, Shield's helicarrier was approaching the Stark building. Chun-Ong opened the elevator of the building and drove everyone out. He stood on the platform of the Iron Man armor and watched the sun rise in the distance. The professor focused most of his thoughts on the body that Chun-Ong had prepared for him. Chun-Ong looked at the huge artificial object above his head that reflected the first ray of sunlight and said to him, We, the people behind the scenes, should get out of the way. Leave the stage to the young people. The professor shook his head and sighed. Are you ready to start? All the contradictions have accumulated to an inevitable level. When Loki opens the door, it will be the first shot. The seeds of 2 worlds have been planted, and it's time to harvest the fruit. At the same moment, on the helicarrier, under the heavy surveillance of Captain America, Nick, Hill, and others, Loki disappeared from the prison where he was imprisoned. He can't have gone far. We injected a liquid robot into his body, and the location shows that he hasn't gone far. Nick said angrily, What? You injected this thing into my brother's body? Thor grabbed Nick and asked. Nick glanced at him coldly. He is a wanted criminal by SHIELD. We have the right to do anything to him. If you stop me again, I'll take care of you too. Nick tightened Thor's collar and said coldly, Don't talk to me about Asgard. If you talk to me like that, I'll answer. Asgard, the United States of America, has slaughtered more races than your entire population. With that, he stared at Thor with his only eye and sneered. Listen to me? Alien monkey? Director, you can't say that. Hill hurriedly came up to dissuade him. Of course I can. Nick smiled grimly. It's not racist for a black man to say that. Loki, who had taken his scepter, slowly walked into the Stark building. No one stopped him along the way, and he smoothly entered the heavily guarded elevator. Along the way, he can see the traces of Stark Industries employees leaving in a hurry. Loki has some doubts in his heart, but there are so many unexpected things on the earth that this is nothing. As long as the Chitauri army was fine, he was not afraid of anything. This kind of confidence was not only for himself, but also for him to dominate countless galaxies. The confidence of the Thanatos, who had conquered countless races, was the confidence of the Thanatos' subordinates, the confidence of the Thanatos' ruthless, bloody, and terrifying rule, and the confidence of the Chitauri who had passed by. Earth was mysterious and eccentric. All of these strange things, the feeling of being powerless and the manipulator behind the scenes, would vanish in the face of such a terrifying conquest. These messy things that grew in this crappy corner of the earth would vanish into thin air. All of them would be annihilated in the face of Rocky's grandiose suppression. Damned Earth bumpkins, damned SHIELD, and the Avengers, and those damned messy things. What is Skynet? Doomsday. Apocalypse. For horsemen. Ancient civilization. Whatever strange things you are, you can all die for me. Just a small Earth, a worm-like thing in the universe. I will use my boots to crush them like a bug. Loki's mood was gloomy, and the cosmic magic cube and the teleportation device wrapped in the blue energy shield were a little happy. He has never suffered such a big loss, and it was in the hands of a group of Earth humans that he looked down upon. Loki tidied up his appearance and showed the calm smile of having everything under control again. Tani. Bruce flashed out of a dark corner and called out to Iron Man, who flew down from the helicarrier. Dr. Bruce? Tani looked carefully on both sides, and when he saw that no one was around, he whispered to Bruce, Congratulations on coming to the world. When did you come? Why didn't you look for me? SHIELD doesn't like me. For them, it may be a better ending for me to be locked in that meteorite. I'm tired of being guarded against and suspected. Now I can control myself. I just want to live an ordinary life. Bruce said calmly. The professor rescued me, and he told me something, and I think it's necessary to let you know. Iron Man wisely kept silent at the beginning of Bruce's words, but at the end, Tony asked in surprise, "What is it?" "The cause of all problems. The push and the answer are related to a name, which we are not unfamiliar with in SHIELD, as confidential files. Apocalypse. Never forget Apocalypse." Bruce took one last deep look at Tawny and turned to leave. "Wait," Tawny stopped him. "You don't want to leave like this, do you?" "I'm going to pursue the life I want. Tawny, you will bless me, right?" Bruce laughed. "Of course." Tawny immediately shook his head and said, "No, no, no. You can't just leave. The world needs you. The sun above our heads is about to explode, and Loki has opened the door to alien invasion. Bruce, we need you. This is the last time for world peace." Tawny made a gesture. "Can you?" Bruce looked embarrassed. Just as Tawny felt disappointed, he laughed and patted Tawny on the shoulder and said, "I'll help you this time, the last time. When it's over, I'll find a place to live in seclusion." The next moment, a beam of light rose from not far away. "It's the Stark building." Iron Man flew into the air. "Loki is moving. I'll go see." Roar. Bruce tore his clothes and turned into a huge hulk. He climbed the nearby tall buildings and ran towards the beam of light. He did not lose his mind. Under the control of Bruce's personality, Hulk was more than 10 times smarter. He easily walked through the urban jungle and approached the target agilely. His speed was not slower than Stark. Standing at the top of the building, Loki looked down at the Avengers who followed him and controlled the portal behind him to open the final program. The Tesseract cube shook slightly, and the energy that had been accumulated for a long time smoothed out the distorted space of this universe. Through the 4-prism device, a set of special coordinates hidden in the Tesseract cube was opened. The portal shook slightly, and a huge amount of energy disappeared instantly. Strange? Why is the load of the portal close to collapse? It shouldn't be so difficult to connect to planet Chitauri, right? Could it be that those idiots broke the equipment on the other side again? Loki was puzzled. "Loki!" Tawny floated in front of Loki and looked at him coldly. To be continued. Chapter 234. The Chitauri's counterattack was not slow. 3 hours after the Alliance took over planet Chitauri, there were already troops stationed in the nearby star sector, launching a tentative attack. The Republic was destructively extracting the core materials of the planet. Scarlet magma was being extracted from the veins of the planet's mantle like fresh blood, decomposing into energy and heavy nuclear materials in the nuclear furnace. Large amounts of metals were purified, cooled, and processed into large amounts of basic materials, which were then rapidly converted into war reserves. The development of autonomous machines gave the Alliance's industrial capability the foundation to increase exponentially. The only thing that limited their industrial capabilities was their material reserves. Therefore, the Allies almost dismantled the entire planet. Large areas of the continental shelf were flipped open. Hundreds of kilometers of rock strata were crushed by huge drills. Magnetic centrifuges were used to separate different atomic elements. Planet Chitauri was changing shape and disappearing. Only 3 hours later, the Chitauri Vanguard troops only saw the planet's skeleton on their home planet. What replaced it was a space defense system formed by countless layers of space extensions, battleships and motherships, floating cannons, armed satellites, and endless invading armies. Among them were clones and humans wrapped in mechanical suits, kinetic skeletons, and space bubbles, as well as a large number of war and industrial robots. The war was intense. The Republic activated the gravity well defense system to block the Chitauri fleet outside the solar system, while the robots and Black Star troopers fought with the landing troops of the Chitauri. The Soviet Black Star troopers moved quickly on the surface with their mechanical suits. The space bubble and tractor beam system in this area were destroyed by the Chitauri in the last attack, so the troopers could only move forward on foot. The team was made up of 5 Black Star troopers, and one of them was a combat engineer. He was responsible for controlling more than 50,000 Terminator robots and 10 units of nanoworms. Combat engineers needed the protection of their teammates to survive on the battlefield. Other than that, the team also had a military commander, Commissar Kajinov. However, he didn't need protection. In fact, the Commissar's combat ability was multiple times that of a normal Black Star trooper. This was because they had an iron will to fight. For the Black Star troopers, the will to fight was their life force, their combat ability, and their attack power. Their modified biological and mechanical organs made them almost immortal as long as their will was strong enough. Kajinov had lost 3 arms, 6 legs, and half of his body several times, including his lower body and the right half of his body. But even if half of his brain was blown off by the Chitauris, he would not be able to escape. Under the control of the biochip, he had also slaughtered 60 Zetarians with his bare hands, and the Soviets were still unable to determine whether Comrade Kajinov was dead or alive. Comrade Turgenev! Commissar Kajinov crushed the skull under his feet, took out the anesthetic tobacco in his mouth, and said, "How far are we from the 3-phase portal?" "Less than 50 kilometers, Comrade Commissar." Turgenev looked at the projected map in his hand and said, "We are close to the active zone of the Chitauri. Because of the interference of the portal, our comrades in China can't expand the dimensional bubble defense system here. The Chitauri bastards are good at finding this kind of loophole." Yeah, cunning alien bastards. If it weren't for the fact that China's space technology is more advanced than theirs, our casualties would be much greater. The Chitauris at the space gate are constantly dying. The corpses have piled up to 3 meters high. Hurry up and pull the space gate back. Comrades, we can kill those alien bastards again. Kajinov waved his hand. Hurrah! Even though there were only 5 of them, their cheers were like thousands of soldiers and horses. The team's movement speed was not slow. Their power suits were equipped with gravitational ropes, which made it easy to move around the planet. This was also an important project between the Republic and the Soviets. According to the requirements of the Soviet Black Star troopers, gravitational ropes were widely used and convenient, including as weapons. Under the protection of the new alloy shell of the power suits, the Black Star troopers flew at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Very soon, they saw the 3-phase portal. A flash of bright red floated high above the corpses in front of the portal. The Chitauri corpses and burning metal wreckage crashed into the horrible snake-shaped aircraft. The wet pile was below. The blood and internal organs made the red flag brighter. As they got closer, the pungent smell of corpses and burning metal wafted over. Fortunately, every Black Star trooper was familiar with this smell. They stepped on the metal wreckage and corpses and approached the portal. The air was filled with high radiation and high temperature. It burned the nerves of the Black Star troopers through the biochemical lungs. The pain was accompanied by excitement, and it lifted their spirits. There seems to be a change in the portal. The density of Tyra particles around us has increased, Turgenev warned. Let's not worry about that for now. Quickly install the space beacon. Our comrades from China are waiting for us. No matter what the Chitauri are planning with our comrades from China's hyperspace support, we don't have to worry about not having reinforcements and a way out. Commissar Kajinov quickly fixed a few metal shuttles. Soon, nanoworms swarmed over and wrapped around the metal shuttles. Watching the metal shuttles disappear on the surface, Kajinov heard a scream beside his ear. "Commissar, look behind you." A blinding light beam shot out from the direction of the portal. The violent energy wave caused the surroundings to shake violently. The energy spread out quickly with the space around them at a low to medium frequency. Even with the physical condition of the Black Star troopers, they felt extremely uncomfortable. Kadanoff vaguely saw a few blurry shadows in the center of the strong light. He shouted, "Hurrah!" and asked his comrades to find his position and direction. Then he took out a small, strong gravity grenade and threw it at the center of the portal. Behind the portal, a young man in golden armor looked at the opposite side with a face full of disbelief. He raised his scepter blankly and touched the air on the opposite side gently, as if he was trying to expose a clumsy trick. The gravity grenade was affected by the opening of the dimensional door. An explosion missed the young man by a little. The things piled up outside the dimensional door, corpses, internal organs. Broken spaceship debris, radiation, and metal fragments flew at the young man's face, and the people behind him were also affected. He wiped his face. His face was as white as a sheet of paper. He asked helplessly, "What's going on? What happened?" Chapter 235. P.S. There are some logical errors in this chapter, and it's too lame. I'm not satisfied and have to rewrite it. Want everyone take a look first. I'll replace this version with the rewritten version tomorrow. What happened here? Why did Loki open this door? Black Widow couldn't help but frown. What exactly are you going to do? Thor couldn't help but interrupt the dazed Loki. He grabbed his collar and shook him. What do you want to do? You said you want to invade Earth. You said you have an army? Then what's your scheme for bringing us here? Where did you open the door to? Loki weakly let go of the scepter in his hand and said in a daze, "This is impossible. This is impossible." Captain America grabbed Thor's hand and stopped him from swinging his angry iron fist at his brother. He said to him, "Thor, your brother may not know what happened. I believe he's not pretending to be in such a daze. Something must have happened here that he couldn't have imagined." Thor checked the traces on the ground. The blood is very fresh. It seems that the battle didn't last long. On the roof of the Stark building, a group of America's most outstanding heroes and a stunned villain looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood opposite the door and fell into unspeakable shock and silence. The atmosphere was really a little strange. "It's aliens," Stark said to Nick. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. could still carry out a clear investigation here. They gathered a body and began to analyze it from all aspects, looking for all useful and useless information. Loki and the other heroes, who knew more, felt their hearts turn into a mess. Countless strange and bizarre thoughts intertwined in their minds like a tangled knot without a thread. No one here was an idiot. Smart people would always think more. There are about 50,000 corpses here. Considering the traces left by high-energy weapons and energy-converged strikes on the wreckage, there may be more dead. The other party didn't leave any bodies. Maybe they kept them after winning. It's also possible that they didn't have any casualties, Nick added. He looked at Tony as if to say, "Is that what you mean?" Tony answered him with silence and began to tell him something new. "Judging from the wreckage at the scene," he said, "both of their technologies are far superior to ours. Thor told us that those corpses should belong to the Zitari. They are a famous war race in the universe. They are very powerful. The wreckage left behind by the Chitauri also proves this point. The metal used in the spaceship is of a very high grade, dozens of times higher than our company's products. This was definitely the standard of an interstellar civilization. Their weapons are very exquisite, and they are far from us in terms of energy utilization. With all due respect, if the army Loki is talking about is them, we are really lucky. Since you've said so much, can you tell me who their enemy is?" Nick opened his arms and gestured to the crowd. "I can see which side is the real threat." There aren't many clues at the scene. They cleaned it up very cleanly, and Thor also said that he couldn't think of anyone who could do this. At this time, Thor interrupted the two and interrupted. "It's not that no other civilization can do it, but it's not certain. There isn't even a suspect. This is not normal." Hulk glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Why is it not normal?" "This universe is orderly. Except for isolated interstellar civilizations like Earth, Most civilizations and races live in an orderly cosmic environment. We understand each other, exchange information, communicate, and form a world of known civilizations. But there are things outside the known here. I can't see those familiar shadows, and all I see are strange things. Completely without a trace of familiarity. So I can't doubt that this is not normal. There must be something normal, something outside the known world involved. Things had reached a dead end here. Time was too short, and there was too little information, so only Loki could understand the truth here. He was silent, and his gloomy temperament seemed to be pregnant with something terrible. But Captain America had to make him speak. What was happening here made everyone feel a sense of urgency. "What are you hiding?" Loki looked at Captain America, sitting in front of him. His eyes made Captain America feel strange, as if Loki was not looking at him, but looking at another existence through him. After a long time, Loki said, "Do you know? You humans don't actually know yourselves. I admit that something unexpected happened and I lost. But you didn't win." From the portal to the farthest point of everyone's sight, the corpses spread for dozens of miles. There were no less than tens of thousands of corpses buried under the ruins, burned by high temperature and vaporized by high energy, and countless more. The flesh and blood converged into an ocean, and the dark red color made people's hearts palpitate. Iron Man and Hulk were shocked speechless when they saw this scene. Even Captain America, who had experienced the bloodiest and darkest World War II, found it difficult to look directly at this scene of naked malice toward life. Other heroes who lived in peaceful times couldn't face such a scene. Loki was on the verge of madness. He used the psychic scepter to search the memories of the Chitauri corpses in anger and fear. Iron Man and the others looked at the flag flying on the mountain of corpses, dumbfounded. They had all imagined the situation on the other side of the portal. Some were strange, but none of them were strange to this extent. A country that had already perished on Earth, a flag that had been buried in history, was now openly flying on an alien planet. In such a strange scene, no one knew what to say. Until they saw the figures, not far away, everyone suddenly became alert. Those silhouettes looked very tall and big. When they got closer, Tony could see that they were wearing ferocious-looking, metal-powered mechas. Their fierce and aggressive designs made people feel nervous. The leading mecha warrior opened his helmet to reveal a human face full of scars. The bionic mecha glanced at them and said in Miasophic accented English, "Warning! You are entering the Soviet defense zone. Raise your hands for inspection." The psychic scepter was pulled out from the corpse. Only then did Loki recover from the shock of reading the memories. The Soviet Black Star trooper pointed a gun at his head. He knew these soldiers, and he was familiar with the weapons in their hands. In those memories, the Zetarians had died of cerebral hemorrhage made by this weapon. He also knew that if he hesitated for a moment, these soldiers would throw the point mass generator in their hands. The gravity of the point mass, which was dozens of times stronger than the nuclear gravity of the white dwarf star, would tear him into a cluster of atoms and throw him into some unknown dimension. That's true for those barbarians, but not for me. The psychic scepter in Loki's hand glowed, faintly. To be continued. Chapter 236. I'll report what you said to my superiors, but for safety reasons, I hope you'll be in a non-hostile state for the rest of the journey, Commissar Kadanoff warned them. With their human appearance, the Avengers wouldn't be regarded as enemies by the Black Star troopers. It had only been 3 years since they entered the era of the Communist Alliance, and the gap between the countries and nations of the Alliance had become very small. In an era of extreme material abundance, humans had become more rational and upright. Although they were facing the Americans whom they disliked the most, Kadanoff still maintained goodwill. In the interstellar era, a human regime wouldn't be their enemy. We're still at war with the Zetaris, and we're cautious about contacting most aliens, Kadanoff explained to the Avengers. Kadanoff explained to the Avengers as he led a group of people to the main base to report the abnormalities of the portal to his superiors. Nick stayed at the other end of the portal with the information they had obtained. It was conceivable that the whole world would be shocked again, but this time it would really change the structure of the world. A parallel universe with the same structure as Earth, and 3 communist countries with the ability to colonize the universe and defeat the alien army of this universe. It was hard to overestimate the impact of this on the whole world. Just this difference was enough to make the President of the United States scratch his head, not to mention that there were 3 major forces on Earth that shared the same culture and origins as the 3 alliances. Redefining the relationship between China, Russia, and the European Union was also a big problem. Losing its position as the hegemon was a foregone conclusion. How to maintain the international status of the United States? Nick needed to consider more. Along the way, the Avengers were relatively silent. Traces of war could be seen everywhere. Just some insignificant ruins left behind shocked and worried Captain America. Are we approaching the base through teleportation? Captain America couldn't help but ask. He didn't feel any obvious spatial changes along the way. He just went in and out of some underground fortifications, large bases, and land war vehicles. But the outside environment was constantly changing. The angle of the stars in the sky also changed greatly, giving him some vague guesses. Commissar Kadanoff didn't hide anything. We're applying for a 2-phase dimensional orbit. There are a lot of security checks on the way to the base, so we need to make a transfer point. You said you've built a teleportation system? Thor couldn't help but question. I don't doubt your ability, but the portal and the teleportation system are 2 different things. Even in Asgard, the Bifrost is an unprecedented achievement, a great miracle that can't be replicated. Your human lifespan is not long enough for you to progress in the study of space. We Asgardians have a lifespan of 5,000 years. In terms of spatial knowledge, only the most ancient people in the divine realm can master it. All of them have experienced the most beautiful learning for nearly 4,000 years. Only then can I master it on the final journey of my life. You haven't even touched the surface of spatial knowledge in 100 years, Thor said with certainty. In fact, I spent 2,000 years and still couldn't learn it. With your lifespan, it's already a miracle that you can open a portal. That's because you're stupid, Thor. The captive Loki laughed at him mercilessly. Your brain is full of muscles, so you can't learn. When he turned to Kadanoff, his face was very solemn. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. Your spatial system is very efficient, and the energy fluctuations are very small. Their adaptability is also very strong. The teleportation process is like walking. The Rainbow Bridge was like shoving a man through a pipe the size of a bowl. It was incredibly smooth, and the spatial fluctuations were incredibly small. Although it was only a glimpse, Loki could feel the horror of the human civilization he had encountered this time. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge was one of the most remarkable achievements in the entire universe, and the pride of the people in the divine realm. It was built in ancient times and could not be replicated. It was the pinnacle of Asgard's civilization, but compared to the teleportation system used by humans in other realms, it was too low level. Human technology in the teleportation system was simply terrifying. Unlike Thor, whose brain was full of muscles, Loki learned spatial magic and technology better. He could see the Republic's groundbreaking achievements in space technology. The teleportation process took place in a spatial bubble. Each spatial bubble was an independent space with a radius of 200 meters and a height of 50 meters. They were teleported along with the entire independent space, which was the key to why the teleportation process was so smooth. But Asgard couldn't imitate it. Not to mention the difficulty of the transition from teleporting creatures to teleporting independent spaces. Loki knew that it was no less difficult than the breakthrough from teleporting inanimate matter to teleporting living beings. Just the technology of spatial bubbles was a natural moat for Asgard. Creating an independent, 3-dimensional space in the universe was only one dimension away from destroying the universe. With spatial bubble technology, humans could carry a large amount of material and even teleport an entire planet, as long as they could create such a large spatial bubble. Humans could ignore attacks that couldn't interfere with space. Even if they could interfere with space, it would be meaningless if they couldn't break through the defense of the spatial bubble. It's hard to imagine that this was done by humans. Loki lowered his head and smiled, his eyes unreadable. He said playfully, "I even suspect that you are not the same kind of human beings as them. Maybe you were created by God, and they evolved from monkeys. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the difference between the two civilizations." Do you believe that bloodline determines all this? Commissar Kadanoff asked Loki bluntly. If this is the case, then you are undoubtedly an inferior species. It took hundreds of thousands of years for humans to go from primitive society to bronze civilization, but it only took 3,000 years for humans to go from Bronze Age to industrial civilization, and it took less than 2 centuries to achieve another breakthrough and enter the information age. Now we have achieved the era of the big universe, a superdimensional civilization, and you are still trapped in a single universe, unable to even interfere with the timeline. Who is the superior species? It goes without saying. We are only separated by the distance of rebirth from the fire, only the difference of facing despair once. Kadanoff looked at the Avengers and said firmly, "You can never imagine what kind of training we have gone through to break free from that nightmare. Hundreds of millions of humans live forever in the light. When the sun goes dark, death lives forever. Despair suddenly comes, and the apocalypse falls from the sky. War leads to famine, and plague brings death. The angel blows the horn and announces the end of the world. Some flee the earth, and some turn into ashes. Some return to the source sea, and some become ghosts. The last people leave that world and wander without a home." Chapter 237. The faint smell of blood in Kadanoff's words made the Avengers' hair stand on end. It wasn't that they didn't understand the meaning of these words. On the contrary, a lot of information was familiar to them. Bone-chilling familiarity. The moment the word left Kadanoff's mouth, the Avengers almost screamed. The nightmarish feeling lingered around them again. Hearing those familiar names and terms, everyone could feel an irresistible, turbulent undercurrent quietly surging around them. Captain America's face was completely heavy, his brows furrowed like a mountain, and he couldn't help but tighten the shield in his hand. Kadanoff took them to the periphery of an underground base. The surrounding metal walls had a soft white light, very close to natural light. When they got closer, they could feel the natural breathing coming from the metal surface. Above them was a transparent floating window that could see the outer space of the Chitauri planet. Seeing this, the Avengers all knew that the Chitauri were almost completely at a disadvantage and had no power to fight back. Otherwise, a civilization addicted to war would not have the mind to set up these things. The huge wreckage that was visible to the naked eye also proved this. This is... Black Widow couldn't help but touch the porthole, her nails scratching the projection of the huge battleships. The large spaceship of the Chitauri looked like a living creature. It was the shape of a sea dragon. It was very ferocious, with their barbaric and cruel style. It looked very visually impactful. Especially the wreckage that was almost destroyed. They were very conspicuous outside the satellite and could be seen clearly from the atmosphere. The metal shell of the spaceship was almost twisted out of shape. The strong gravity almost folded them. Some looked like they had been trampled flat, and some looked like they were twisted into a ball. That's solid, right? Loki suddenly turned his head and asked. Black Widow was surprised. What? I said that it's solid. Loki repeated with a smile. I know the Chitauri better than you. After all, they used to be my allies. The Chitauri's combat ability is very strong. Such a battleship is not the iron shell of you humans. It is equivalent to a solid metal ball. The weapons in the War Legion under the command of Thanos are countless times stronger than you can imagine. There are many data that you can't even imagine. Through synergistic external stress technology, the strength of the metal structure supporting the spaceship can reach the level of a white dwarf. Kjinev looked at him in surprise, as if he was sizing up his value. After a while, he nodded and said, "Yes, even we haven't mastered this technology. It's an advanced application of the 4 fundamental forces. Our research team is still working on it. You know quite a lot. The highest political commissar has approved your teleportation rights. Follow me." The Avengers followed him into the base. When Black Widow passed by Loki, she brushed past his ear and asked casually, "Since the performance of that metal material is so outstanding, why don't you use it? What level of power was it that destroyed it?" Loki whispered in her ear, "That level of power is meaningless in your mathematical system. Do not measure us with your shallow thoughts, mortal. What we do is beyond your comprehension. Even a basic mathematical unit would take you another 10 years to understand. Of course, this is the speed of us Asgardians." As if bursting a bubble, the Avengers arrived at a more spacious field. The buildings and city structure were so huge that they couldn't see the end. It was vivid and real, and the whole city was full of fantasy. That feeling just now was a space bubble? Black Widow looked back curiously, only to see the other half of the city. The underground base behind them had disappeared without a trace. Loki laughed in a low and mellow voice, stirring up Black Widow's thoughts. "That's not it. The base we passed just now. It's part of the space bubble. Their technology is already enough to build a city inside. In fact, we are just moving around in the space bubble. The entire planet's space has been divided into 2 parts, connected by a group of space bubbles, as a 2-part transverse labyrinth. The Chitauri want to break through from that half of the planet. They have to pass through this space structure. The independent spaces here can be closed at any time, and then Loki made a gesture of popping a bubble. The entire space and everything in it will disappear without a trace. To the Avengers' surprise, there were many people in the city, and most of them were not soldiers. It seemed that 1 Chitauri was not enough to make them enter a state of war. 2 young Asian teenagers looked at the group of strangers curiously. When they saw the Iron Man armor, their eyes suddenly lit up. Tony was very familiar with this kind of look, and he enjoyed it very much. He waved his hand, feeling good about himself, and adjusted the Iron Man armor on his body to a cooler state. "Stark, you'd better stop showing off." Captain America couldn't help but warn him. "You're jealous that the children love me." Tony didn't care. "Hey, hello, boys." He waved to the 2 teenagers. "Hello." The 2 teenagers nodded politely. Kadenoff laughed. "It's the boys from China. They should be dismissed. The Republic of China is the pillar of the Communist Alliance. Their soldiers are very powerful, and their technology is the most advanced in the Alliance. They lead the entire Communist Alliance in the fields of space physics and energy physics. I like physics," Tani said confidently. "Can you show me your armor?" The taller boy ran up to Tani and asked him shyly, "Can you show me your armor?" Tani felt good about showing off in the unfamiliar environment of an alien planet. He struck a pose that highlighted his tall image and said to the 2, "Do you want me to come closer?" "No, no need." The boy waved his hand. "Just stand there for a while." It was the first time Tani had heard such an answer. Under normal circumstances, men couldn't help but come up and touch his armor. No man could resist the temptation of this kind of war. Tani had always believed so. He saw the boy stretch out his left hand and press down 50 centimeters away from him. Countless thin blue threads of light wrapped around Tony's body. The blue light, with great penetrating power, swept across Tony's body, making him feel like he was naked in front of a large crowd. A translucent miniaturized model was constructed by the light and floated in front of the boy. Tani was surprised to find that it was almost the blueprint of the Mark V. The original had been scaled down, and many of the parts that involved high-precision energy and materials were very clear. According to this, even if the original could not be replicated, the Mark V would no longer be a secret. "Thank you," the boy said to Stark happily. Tawny turned around and stared at Kadanoff in shock and anger. He didn't care if someone copied him, but he hated being schemed against. There was no doubt that his armor had been replicated. He believed that Kadanoff had deliberately arranged it. Kadanoff understood the look in his eyes and shook his head at him slightly. "I'm afraid you've guessed wrong. What you think we value, we actually don't." The Mark V in the boy's palm had been magnified 10 times and was clearly projected in front of everyone. The cold mutation core is 3 generations behind. Get rid of it. The anti-gravity engine is an old version for near-planetary environments. It can't leave the planet's gravity. It's better to replace it with a retro version of the anti-gravity void field. The outer metal outline. The data of this alloy is very strange. It's not in the database. It's more suitable to use the abnormal microparticle type HA992 adamantium. The aerodynamic shape has been submitted to the large database for calculation. The mechanical structure has been submitted to the intelligent brain task and applied for the personal intelligent AI. It's actually a silicon-based material computer. Replace it with a quantum 2 optical brain. In just a few breaths, the blueprint in his palm had changed a large part. Layers upon layers of dazzling virtual blueprints were nested on the model. In the blink of an eye, even Stark couldn't recognize it. As Tawny's eyelids twitched wildly, he saw a child less than 10 meters away from him change his blueprint beyond recognition. Then the child operated on his palm. Request material support. The liquid metal squeezed out from the void between the two of them. The silver solution floated in the air like a pearl. Personal Portable Industrial System Link External Database. Floating light and electricity representing the microforce field constantly emerged from the boy's body. The microforce field energy field composed of controllable high-energy atoms as the core enveloped the silver metal liquid. The light spots constantly swam, finally adjusting the particle structure of the metal with the state of the particle force field. The finished product was printed out in the void with single atoms as the unit. The whole part was formed at once. In just a few minutes, a brand new armor that looked like the Mark V was made. The size and model were completely made according to the boy's figure. Chapter 238. The mechanical armor pieces followed the curve of the human body and wrapped around the boy. The blue and silver metal armor was very modern. It was not as arrogant as Stark's red and gold armor, but it was more elegant and delicate. From the moment the child mobilized the industrial support of the Republic and used the AI atoms to create the steel armor on the blueprint, to the moment the entire armor was formed, most of the people did not even have the time to react. This was because it was beyond their comprehension. Each Tawny armor cost more than $200 million and was made by Stark Industries without hesitation. It represented not only Tawny's monstrous financial resources, but also Stark Industries' most advanced technology and industrial capability in the world. The highest achievement in the field of energy was the arc reactor. The pinnacle of human power was the anti-gravity engine. The crystallization of Stark Industries' AI in the field of artificial intelligence was Jarvis. These were advanced technologies that even the U.S. government couldn't replicate. It was the fusion of Tawny's personal wisdom and Stark Industries' advanced technology. It not only represented the forefront of applied science, but it was also a symbol of Stark Industries and the overall industrial strength of the U.S. Even if the blueprints and technology were released to the public, not many countries in the world could make a sample. Maybe Russia could make half of it, and China could make a low-spec version. The whole of Europe would have to unite to make a sample at a high cost. Tony, how much did you quote to the Department of Defense for the Mark V? Black Widow elbowed Stark, who was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. $500 million. Stark hadn't recovered yet and stared blankly at the blue and silver armor. $500 million for the Iron Patriot. It's just a modified version of the Mark I, and it's at least 2 generations behind the Mark V. Agent Hill couldn't help but interrupt. She turned to Tani and said, "Now your Iron Patriot is only worth $200 million. We won't spend that much money on a weapon that's already outdated." "How much do you want for the Mark V?" Black Widow asked in Tani's ear. Tani looked at her with a complicated expression and shook his head. "The Mark V is priceless. Come on, you can't monopolize this business anymore. Give me a real price." "It's really priceless. It's a technology verification machine that hasn't been finalized yet. We haven't mastered its production process, so it's impossible for us to industrialize it. It couldn't be a commodity. Naturally, there's no price." Tani looked at the smaller Iron Man armor and said bitterly, "I spent $16.2 billion on Mark V, but 13 days after it came out, it fell behind by a generation." "What's a dollar?" The boy leaned over and asked. "That's our country's currency." "Wait, do you understand what currency is?" Black Widow asked him. The boy shook his head. "I'm a genetically modified human, so my lifespan isn't as long as a normal human's. Today is my first birthday." The boy asked curiously, "I've seen records of currency in history. Do you use it to buy goods?" "Clones." Tani could not help but reveal a horrified expression, although cloning technology was not far from the level of science on Earth. However, a living clone standing in front of them still shocked them. "Yeah, in order to preserve the spark of human civilization after the Great Apocalypse, the government specially formulated the NUWA project. After the human living environment suffered a catastrophic disaster, it could be preserved for millions of years until the ecosystem recovered. Genetically modified humans were bred and injected into the memory bank of human civilization. I am the result of the NUWA project. Although the project failed, we, who had already been bred into embryos, were still cultivated to replenish the population of the Republic of Republic." The boy did not seem to care about his background. Instead, he looked expectantly at Stark and the others and asked curiously, "I've seen a lot of information about the past in the database. Is the way you treat currency real?" Perhaps he felt that his words were too vague, so the boy tried to express it more tactfully. "Is it the kind of very persistent?" He used an uncertain word that was not so sharp. "Persistent? What you want to say is madness and stupidity." Tani nodded. "That's because you can't see what it represents. Currency is a distribution of power. It's like a kind of authority, the authority to control the entire world. When you have it, it's equivalent to having the power behind it. We use currency to coordinate and distribute goods. It makes our world run reasonably and smoothly." Tani gestured. "You may think this is very unfair, but it's closer to the essence of the world. Are you a communist system? Your needs are suppressed by the distribution system. Perhaps you think that some people enjoy extravagance and some people have nothing. This is very unfair, but this is the beauty of the world. Human nature determines all of this. The difference makes the entire world full of vitality, like catfish in a school of sardines, stimulating the development of the entire world. This system is more lovely than the rigid and rotten distribution system. Beautiful. Good wine, luxury cars, and trampolines. Without these, my life would lose half of its meaning. Greed is where human nature is, and those who try to erase human nature, no matter how glorious the banner is, are bound to be cruel and crazy. What we seek is this great flash of freedom that embodies human nature. Freedom is human nature." Tani's tone was proud. He smiled and opened his arms, but the look in Kadanov's eyes made him feel very strange. "You seem to have something to say, sir? China is the most special member of the alliance." The way Kadanov looked at the Avenger made them feel uncomfortable. It was a mixture of insight and impatience, like a person standing downstream of history, looking down at the old, ridiculous customs of the past. The Republic is not like the Soviet Union or the European Community. They don't even have a distribution system. There are no goods, no currency, and none of the appearances you seek. As long as there is material, they have everything. The personal system can meet most of the needs of China comrades. The production capacity of industry is in the hands of real workers. Every China comrade is a factory, the deepest and most essential combination of workers and production tools. All the products of labor that you can buy with dollars can be produced by them at will. The material they can enjoy is unlimited. Each of them can match the production capacity of a complete industrial country. They are truly free. Your freedom requires money, but they don't. But they don't show no motivation. They don't indulge in enjoyment and extravagance. They don't indulge in material things. The whole society doesn't lose its motivation. On the contrary, they abandon greed, cruelty, cunning, deception, and arrogance and become truly noble. Human nature doesn't seem to be low. After the China comrades liberate themselves and gain true freedom, human nature seems to have become pure and simple. Kadanoff impatiently stopped Captain America, who was about to speak. 3 years ago, no one would have thought that today would come. What you said was regarded as the truth at that time. At that time, we really believed that human nature was immutable, but a scam is still a scam. You try to make us believe that there can be no exploiters in this world, just like the nobles in the Middle Ages tried to make serfs believe that the nobles were protecting them. You use cruel means, shameless deception, anything you can think of to prevent anyone, everyone, from revealing a secret. That is, the world doesn't need you. Serfs don't need nobles, and workers don't need exploiters. It's you who need us. Now, you may still believe in your lies, but the facts will prove that without you, human beings, the world will be a better place. Chapter 239. Kadanoff's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough. In terms of eloquence, Tani, who had been in social circles and among women since he was a child, could beat him by more than 10 streets. But at this moment, in the face of the miracle-like world around him, Tani felt as if his tongue had been rooted and he couldn't say a word. He opened his mouth awkwardly for a long time, not knowing what to say. Only then did he feel the paleness of words in front of the facts. They had gone deep into the base of the Communist Alliance, and they were surrounded by a world beyond their imagination. The soft grass was spread under their feet, the flowering trees were entwined around them, and the fresh fragrance of soil, flowers, and sunshine in the air was relaxing. This place was not like the center of the city, but more like the nature closest to human beings. Only by seeing the technological products that were integrated with the plants, like art and the magical buildings that blended into the surrounding environment, could people realize that this was a city from the future. We are walking the same path. Although you are ahead of us, that doesn't mean you can laugh at us. We just haven't gone there yet. Captain America looked at Kadanoff without showing any weakness. You just have a little more time. Well said. Kadanoff smiled and extended his hand in invitation. Then join us. As a human being, integrate into this glorious era. Forget all the rules you established in the past era. Accept this great and glorious era and enjoy the true freedom of human beings. Your identity, your status, and all the imprints of your past will lose most of their meaning, leaving only the most core things: wisdom, courage, noble character, persistent faith, and firm will. Apart from that, you will have nothing. Kadanoff looked into Captain America's eyes as if asking him, "Do you dare?" People have the right to choose freely. Since I have chosen to stand with them, I will defend everything to the end. My force field will always be firm, and my shield will always fight to protect them. Anyone who violates their choice, whether it is a criminal, an alien invader, or anyone else, even if it is our government, I will fight them to the end. Obviously, it's impossible for me to abandon Stark Industries with just a few words. Tani said seriously, "I'm only complete when I'm with my company. This has nothing to do with money, power, or anything else. It's a part of me, it's where my dreams lie. It's as inseparable as this body of steel. When I say have nothing, I don't mean lose everything. On the contrary, I mean have everything. Kadanoff shook his head. Material, everything you can imagine. Everything you can have it. Because it is infinite, because it is senseless. Apart from your essence, the things that make you human. Everything else would be like air, yours to possess, but it would be meaningless. Try to imagine that you are in a small space where you are suffocating. They killed each other for the slightest bit of oxygen, greedily occupying the bit of resources. Use all shameless, despicable, and cruel means to possess her. Revealing the essence of the problem, Kadanoff seemed to have pulled out all the thoughts of the Avengers, those little secrets in the dark, complex, dusty, not-so-heroic things were pulled out from the depths of their thoughts, from under the skin of morality. Captain America and Tawny couldn't help but feel a sense of irritation and instinctively become angry with Kadanoff. The heroes of the Avengers quickly got rid of this feeling. They knew it wasn't a good performance, but the feeling of being forced to face something they didn't want to face still made them feel embarrassed. Kadanoff's words were like a blade, cutting open the surface of the prosperous era on Earth that the Avengers were proud of, revealing the paleness and emptiness behind it. Now we're going to open the window. The despicableness and shamelessness that you insist on are meaningless. What once allowed you to survive and gave you status is now just proof of your despicableness. Everything that was once greedy for possession. Kadanoff made a gesture of being blown away by the wind. If the despicableness of possession is your position, if the greed that allowed you to survive is your faith, then I can tell you that the darkness has passed and the dawn is coming. If you insist, then I can only tell you, your position is meaningless. Your faith is not worth mentioning. Enough. Captain America interrupted him angrily. You are not qualified to talk about my faith. You are too far away from it, and I am too close to it. I have been sleeping since World War II, but I can still see it today. That spirit is shining. It has shone for a century, created an era, and will inevitably continue to exist. I will use my life to guard and practice it. Captain America raised his shield and said in the most resolute manner, I swear to fight for freedom. Tawny also placed his hand on Captain America's shield and said with the same sincerity, This time I completely agree with you. I swear to fight for the United States, for the freedom of mankind. For the freedom of mankind. Hulk, no, now it should be Dr. Bruce, also placed his huge right hand on the back of Stark's hand and said solemnly. The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were very firm, and they all had the determination to give everything they had. Count me in, my friends from Earth. Thor laughed and put his right fist on the shield. Asgard is willing to fight for freedom. Loki hesitated for a moment and tried to put his hand on the shield, but he was glared at by several people. He raised his palms innocently, indicating that he had no malice, and then slowly stepped back to stand next to Kadanoff. I am also willing to fight for freedom, but I will always stand on the winning side. Hawkeye silently added his hand. Only Black Widow was left among the Avengers. Everyone looked at her, especially Bruce. He looked at her with eyes full of expectation, but Black Widow's silence scared them. Natasha, we are waiting for you, Bruce said anxiously, but Black Widow was unmoved. Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Tawny tried to make a joke. Putting my hand together with three men makes me feel awkward. Come on, Natalie, I can't wait. But the Black Widow still maintained a puzzling silence, and a strange atmosphere suddenly spread between them, although she did not make a sound. But the silence had already explained her choice. Sorry. Black Widow waved her hand. Why? Bruce asked desperately. The United States is your country, but you are with us. We are family partners. You are a real hero, and we know how much you have done for this country. Bruce said excitedly, But that is because my country is dead. Black Widow roared. My soul has no support, and it wanders at will. Without it, everything I do is meaningless. I feel disgusted by the monster who stood up from the corpse of my country, so I can only choose for myself. It's not like that. Bruce was about to lose his mind. He looked at the woman in front of him in despair. You love us. There is a real bond between you and me. Sorry. Black Widow slowly stepped back and stood with Kadanoff. She suppressed her emotions, but her voice was already sobbing. She was sorry. It was a strong nasal sound. But I have faith. Black Widow said this sentence very softly. If it were not for the fact that everyone present was not an ordinary person, no one would have heard it. This sentence made Bruce feel like he was struck by lightning. Tawny and Captain America also revealed shocked expressions. They had never been as shocked as this moment in their lives. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. I see a building. A narrow door in front of it is wide open. Behind the door is a thick, dark fog. Outside the high threshold stood a Russian girl. Natalie read Turgenev's prose in a low voice. Kadanoff also softly read with her. The wind blew through the thick fog, and there was a chill coming from the depths of the building. At the same time, there was a slow, heavy voice asking, what do you want to do in this threshold? Do you know what is waiting for you inside? I know, the girl replied. Cold, hunger, hate, ridicule, contempt, insult, prison, disease, even death? I know. Estranged from people, completely alone. I know. I am ready. I am willing to endure all the pain, all the blows. Not only your enemy, even your relatives and friends will give you this kind of pain, this kind of blow. Yes, even if they give me these, I have to endure it. Good. Are you also ready to sacrifice? Yes. This is a nameless sacrifice. You will die, and no one knows, and no one will revere you. I don't want to be remembered. I don't want to be pitied. I don't want fame. Are you willing to commit crimes? The girl lowered her head. I am also willing to commit crimes. The voice inside paused for a moment and then said these words. Do you know that in the future, when you are in trouble, you will deny this belief of yours? You will think that you have wasted your youth for nothing? I know that too. I only ask you to let me in. Come in. The girl stepped over the threshold. A thick curtain was immediately lowered. Fool! Someone sneered from behind. A saint, came the reply from somewhere. That's me, said Natalie. She raised her head, and her face was already radiant. Seeing such a smile, Bruce felt that this was Natalie with a soul. It was such a brilliant, sincere, and heartfelt smile that even made everything around her pale in comparison. It was as if Natalie's soul had descended from heaven just a moment ago, and at this moment, Natalie's soul had descended from heaven. Bruce was momentarily lost. Tawny and Rogers watched sadly as Natalie moved further and further away from them. Her voice came from the other side. Arise, slave of cold and hunger. Arise, suffer of the world. My blood is boiling. Fight for the truth. For the first time, they knew that Natalie could sing, and that she could sing so beautifully. In the song, Under the Bright Sunshine, the Avengers split for the first time. An Avenger stood against her companions forever, willing to draw her sword against her former comrades for the sake of her beliefs and ideals, willing to sacrifice everything for justice and beauty. Chapter 240. Sunlight passed through the gaps in the clouds, dividing the space into two worlds of light and darkness. The Avengers stood in the shadows, and the people opposite them looked a little dazzling. Tawny tilted his head and squinted to barely see them. Natalie had recovered from her excitement and loss of control. Her expression was tranquil now, and there was even a sense of relief in the corners of her mouth. When she saw Tawny's gaze, she even had the mood to kiss him and mouth to him. The next time we meet, we won't be friends. Stark. Why? Tawny said to her in his heart. But in the end, he didn't ask this question. Just like that, the two sides gradually drifted apart, and the Avengers drew a deep rift between them and the Communist alliance with the most resolute attitude. On the contrary, Kadanoff, who had always been hostile to them, seemed to not care, or rather, he was quite confident. Tani could feel this arrogance. It was as if he were a transmigrator standing upstream in history and watching their rotting corpses. The firm belief that the world would be changed, that the persistence of the Avengers would decay, was unbearably arrogant. Tani could even imagine Kadanoff saying to them in his usual flat tone, "We don't care about your persistence," because time, the world, and the truth were all on their side. The thought of that scene made him feel deep sorrow and anger. What made him even sadder was that he couldn't imagine the world developing in that direction. Would there still be any meaning to his existence? As a hero, his values and the meaning of his existence would be denied. In history, he was like a character in a stage play, just a part in life. No one would care about a superhero Iron Man. They would only remember a billionaire, playboy, Avenger, and Superman, Tony Stark. A sudden invasion by the Chitauri interrupted the Avengers' contact with the Communist alliance. Kadanoff also wanted to participate in the war, and Natalie also asked to go to the battlefield, even if it was just as a paramedic. According to Kadanoff, such attacks didn't stop for a day, usually once every 3 hours. Sometimes it happened 3 times an hour. From the terrifying battles with planets and galaxies as coordinates and space battleships as units, to the infiltration and killing within the atmosphere as combat radius, and the infiltration and killing of small teams as combat units at every moment. Wars happen all the time. The Avengers were allowed to watch the battle. Even though they had their differences, they were still treated with a certain degree of courtesy in this human-dominated regime. They were not restricted in their freedom, and they were not monitored. This kind of confidence reminded Steve of America during World War II. They are just like us back then. North Koreans, China, Filipinos, and Indians. All the countries that have not been liberated, whatever their attitude towards the United States, as long as they are against fascism, we will welcome them. Are you saying that compared to the Chitauris, we are humans, so we are treated better? Dr. Bruce curled up in a small room, his tone not very good. Hulk is at least twice as tall as Tani and the others, and he looks quite uncomfortable in a building prepared for humans. Also, Natalie's departure had left him in a bad mood. If it weren't for the professor's teaching and help, the Hulk would have gone crazy. That's not the point. Captain America looked at the fleet taking off outside the space prism and replied in a trance, "The point is that kind of confidence, the confidence of the Golden Age. Just like the United States before the victory of World War II. We believe that victory will belong to us. We believe that our army is unstoppable. No matter how strong evil is, justice will prevail in the end, and we represent justice. We tolerate all those who disagree, those who are wary of us, as long as they are not evil. At that time, whether the evil red axis wins in China or Eastern Europe falls to communism, we don't care. We welcome them all the same, because God is with us. But this time, God will not be with the atheists." Tani stood up and said maliciously. He motioned everyone to look at him. "Guys, you don't think we will be friendly with them forever, do you? Whether we will become enemies with them or not, we will not be friends. We are all humans." Captain America said helplessly. Stark said sarcastically, "The Nazis and we are all humans too. During the Cold War, we almost had a world war with them, and now there will be no peace. It will be nothing more than a Cold War, or a more powerful Iron Curtain. Don't forget the cornerstone of maintaining world peace. The balance of terror under nuclear deterrence has disappeared. They can destroy us at any time, wipe out the entire United States and even the Earth." "Stark, don't be crazy." Tani's words were clearly not to Captain America's liking. He stood up, looked at Tani, and said seriously, "Freedom is more important than my life, and so is peace. If you adopt such a confrontational mindset, I think they will definitely not lose." Don't fantasize about victory, Tani. I am pursuing peace. There will only be peace when there is a balance of power. Otherwise, just like what we did to the Indians, the civilized people here will also destroy our backward and barbaric elements, Tani said seriously. I love this country, so I want to protect it. When the world was peaceful, no one liked weapons, but now, I think it is time for Stark to restart the weapons industry. Your actions are too dangerous, Stark. It is this world that is too dangerous. Tani retorted, not showing any weakness. You will drag the United States into the abyss. If you believe that we are right, why don't you dare to wait for time to prove it? Or do you not believe in what you stand for? What makes you stand with us is not your ideals, but your position. The victory of ideals is not in how powerful they are, but in how many people support them. Bruce couldn't help but refute. We will win, just like when the former Soviet Union fell. Humanity will choose us. The biggest enemy of the Communist Alliance is their people, as long as they are willing to believe in us. Because they did not lie to me, so I know. Tani opened his hands, tilted his head, and said, I know more about politics than you do. It is useless. There is nothing that cannot be distorted, and there is nothing that cannot be discredited. Did you know that Washington likes to pull out black people's teeth? I even have a set of his false teeth. Who was Lincoln's killer? Do you know? Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe. She was also murdered by a big consortium. Bruce asked reflexively. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. He turned his head and didn't dare to look at Tani. You see, you all know. You are just playing dumb. What determines the world is material, and what determines the society is the economy and strength. Sometimes you have to be unconventional, or you won't even have a chance in the future. This is the biggest lesson I have learned in the business world. Tani glanced at the faces of his companions. Steve and Bruce's firm opposition disappointed him. Fortunately, Hawkeye and Thor were more supportive of him. Thor couldn't help but nod, then turned to look at Tani and said, Well said, but how do you maintain that terrifying balance? A three-dimensional design appeared in Thor's palm. He stared at the core of the complex mechanical drawing, which was the projection of the 6 gems. Thor was stunned when the gems appeared. He looked at the image of the 6 gems and murmured in an incredulous tone, Infinity gems! The universe is big and mysterious. There are too many things we don't understand and too much history beyond our imagination. When Nick found me that day, I thought he was crazy. But I didn't expect that he just saw this day one step earlier. Humanity, the survival of the United States, there must be a great power to protect the world. The power of the 6 gems represents 6 ultimate weapons. Tani suddenly looked up at Bruce. Do you remember the plan we discussed? You mean Ultron? Isn't it being designed? Sorry, man, I lied to you. The real Ultron is a toy of S.H.I.E.L.D. They found a kind of power in Loki's scepter, a magical power, the real Ultron. What I gave you is only a part of the plan. The complete plan includes more than just the robot. Including today, I have drawn considerable inspiration. Loki. Thor couldn't help looking back at his brother. Loki looked at him innocently. These 6 weapons are the pinnacle of my design. Tony Stark, the world's largest arms dealer and the best killer of all human beings. It is the perfect combination of my personal ability and the strength of the country. It is also the most terrifying, safest, and most powerful weapon of all time. Ultron is just one of them. Chapter 241. On the other side of the dimensional rift, the citizens of New York City raised their heads curiously and looked at the deep, dark vortex above their heads, the universe that was countless light years away. To normal citizens, this was nothing more than a slightly fantastical mirage, a type of astronomical wonder. But to those who knew the truth, this was a real threat, and Nick's feelings were extremely complicated. It was as if he was relieved from a heavy burden, but there was also an indescribable bitterness. The other side of the dimensional rift was not the invading army of aliens. This was a good news that made him feel relieved. However, the political direction of the human society on the other side might not be a positive thing for this country. He instinctively wanted to hide everything, just like what SHIELD did in the past, secretly contacting the opposite side. As for the ordinary people, they should live their lives however they should. It would be best if nothing went wrong. However, this time he knew that it was impossible. An iceberg was coming head-on. It was not something that could be ignored by blindfolding one's eyes. However, these were the troubles of the future. The most important thing now was to let the ruler of this country accept this matter. A bunch of idiots. Nick spat on the ground and said fiercely, "Many people in this country would think that they would be ruled by a group of elites with super high IQ, drop-like temperament, serious attitude, and ability to do things, just like what the government promoted to them. The elite politics took care of fairness and efficiency. The rulers could have the power because they were more outstanding." However, Nick would not believe these things. No one knew this group of idiots better than him. They might be a little more outstanding than the ordinary people, but it was all because the investment and education they received was more than 10 times more than the ordinary people in terms of talent, attitude, and wisdom. They were a group of ordinary people with a broader vision, more decent etiquette, and more experience. However, most of them had no chance of becoming an elite. Compared to SHIELD, which was a gathering of real elites, they were greedy and stupid, cowardly and disgusting. The Department of National Defense had real outstanding talents. West Point Military Academy had real outstanding talents. Wharton Business School had real outstanding talents. Ivy League produced batch after batch of elites, and SILD gathered all the elites. However, Nick had to admit that the ones leading and ruling them were a group of real idiots. The ruler of this country needed those elites to help them run their business, but they did not need anyone to covet their position. So they had their own rules of the game: confidence. They were calm, bold, and ruthless. Since they were young, they knew that their battlefield was a drunken banquet, a place of mutual deception and deceit. Therefore, they adapted to the rules of the game they set up like fish in water. One was decent, generous, and knowledgeable. The offspring who understood the rules of polite society were excellent heirs. But Nick knew confidence could be arrogance, calmness could become stupidity, boldness could sometimes be arrogance, and the other side of ruthlessness could be viciousness. In the rules of the game, they were outstanding, excellent, but this world was not really a game world for them, and not everyone liked to play under other people's rules. For example, Nick knew a certain bastard who liked to play by his own rules. Ladies, gentlemen, we are facing an unprecedented challenge in the history of mankind. It can be said that from this moment on, every moment is history. What we are about to face is an unprecedented situation. All past experiences are useless. What we need to do is truly groundbreaking, decisive, and incomparably forward-looking work. Nick suppressed his anger and tried to persuade these idiots. "So I ask you to make a decision that is truly decisive." "General, that is exactly what we are doing." A committee member interrupted him impatiently and said, "What we are doing here is the decision that affects the world. Do you know how much economic loss the United States will suffer if Wall Street is not appeased? If we don't communicate with the bankers, how can we get support for our policies? Diplomacy, oil, the situation in the Middle East, counterterrorism, and stability maintenance. Our agenda is very heavy, so please don't disrupt the process of the meeting, okay? Please proceed. I don't know if the world is decided by you, but I know that the behavior of the enemy will not be decided by you." Nick angrily interrupted him. "Open your eyes and see." Nick pointed out the window. "You think this is a threat? No, it is a revolution. It is a revolution where all the concepts and meanings that you are familiar with, everything that exists in your mind, have been turned upside down. Outside this planet, a world millions of light years away has appeared in front of us, but you are still talking about the trivial matters of this planet. Perhaps you think that it is a powerful force, but when the gears of fate began to turn, those things were already old, rotten, and lost their vitality. Finance, world trade, they were once important, but today, when the space-time door and the outerverse descended, they are no longer the mainstream of this world. How is the scientific research of the United States, National Aeronautics, and Space Administration? Nick stood on the podium and asked the committee members below. Progress is smooth. We will soon begin the 9th Mars exploration mission. Without the need for the committee members to speak, an elite from the Ivy League reported the data. What about the industrial strength of the Houston Aerospace Industrial Base and the Oak Forest National Laboratory? Nick continued to ask with his single eye flashing with a cold light. This is a complex set of data. Science and industry interact with each other. Materials, processes, experimental technology, reserve generation. It is very complicated. The Ivy League graduate answered with competence. We need time to gather the data. Nick nodded and looked at the silent committee members below the podium. He sneered and said, "No need. Just tell me how many parts of the spaceship we can produce. This, you can give me a rough idea. It can be a guess." Nick did not intend to make things difficult for him. The Ivy League graduates communicated with their alumni for a period of time before answering with more certainty. We can take out the experimental model, but that is a prototype that cannot be replicated. It is a relic from an extraterrestrial civilization, and the true technological and industrial strength of Earth is still completely foreign to the environment of the universe. Nick interrupted him. What can they produce? Oh, we don't know. The spokesperson shrugged. We do not have the technical reserves. Spaceships from outside the galaxy do not even exist for us. In other words, we can't even produce a screw on their spaceship, right? Yes. The committee members below the podium were already in an uproar. How many spaceships can we produce with Earth's resources? Resources exist in a broad sense. With the resources we can use now, all the industrial countries in the world can't produce a qualified spaceship even if they join forces. Even those in the solar system can't do it. The uproar below the podium was even greater. What about the foundation of the entire world? Our productivity, industry, creativity, and labor value. How different are they compared to the extraterrestrial civilization that we are currently in contact with? Nick pursued fiercely and asked relentlessly. This time, the Ivy League members discussed for a longer time. They began to argue until their faces were red. As time passed, they began to make phone calls, quarreling, insulting, feinting, and torturing each other until it became a pot of porridge. Then, they slowly came to a consensus, and the quarrel calmed down. Finally, they gave an answer. 9 hours had already passed. An old Ivy with a head full of messy white hair and goosebumps all over his body was elected to make their final judgment. The production capacity of the entire human society, including the experimental capacity and the industrial potential within 2 months, the entire human race combined cannot compare to the production capacity of a spaceship. Even if they used hammers to create spaceships, the industrial capacity of their hammers is still greater than the sum of our industries. There was dead silence in the meeting room. Nick glanced around and looked at the ugly elites. He sneered. Now, do you all understand what we are facing? He casually flipped open the notes of the key topics discussed in the previous meeting. Looking at the dazzling data, the symbols representing currencies, and the complicated financial analysis, he shook his head and sneered. Wall Street. Chi. Chapter 242. A finger swept across the space of the venue, as if a pause button had been pressed. The expressions of the committee members, who were either sarcastic or solemn, froze in the air. On the stage, Nick's mouth was slightly open, and his expression was frozen like a stone statue. On the other side, the white-haired Nick retracted his right index finger. This is indeed interesting. I remember that this is very similar to a time 27 years ago, but I am very clear that it has never happened in my memory. All the frozen influence turned into a silver light, drilling into Nick's palm, but it looked like a piece of colorless crystal. Of course, this is not something that happened in this world, but it has indeed become history. A mysterious person wrapped in a black robe stood beside Nick. This is the history of another parallel world. And the only history— Oh! Nick, who had been acting very calm, finally raised his head. Why? Because the worlds that do not belong to this world have all been destroyed. The black-robed person's voice was a little louder. Don't you always wonder why this world would have an irreversible disaster? It is because your history is wrong, not in that person's script. You are a parallel world. You do not have this past. I think we are not the only world with a different past. Yes, but you are the last one. The black-robed person's voice was hoarse. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, it was not clear whether it was day or night. The sky was as bright as day, but the sun that occupied half of the sky had disappeared without a trace. Replacing it were countless stars, big or small, dim or dazzling, densely packed, crawling over the entire sky. There are as many parallel worlds as there are possibilities, but now— He pointed at the projection crystal in Nick's hand. In the history before this, there are only two possibilities left. There are only two possibilities left. Very soon, there will only be one. That is an infinite world. So darkness and destruction are also infinite. The black-robed person's voice was dry as if there was sawdust in his throat. From that moment onwards, there is only history left, unchangeable, past history, from the birth of the earth, from the beginning of mankind. From the moment he descended to the moment you saw it, all that was left was the world line he had chosen. It could no longer be changed. That's why we're going to be destroyed, Nick said bitterly. Because our history isn't the one he chose. Only by erasing our existence can this world be controlled by him in a fixed orbit. Yes, killing the infinite possibilities of the universe, leaving only one fixed fate in the multiverse. But I don't understand. Why did you come here? Nick looked up at him and asked in confusion. We resist to fight against death and destruction. Then why are you resisting? For the sake of hope. The black-robed man sighed as he looked at the sky. If one were to look into the distance, the place where Nick was would rapidly shrink, and a yellow sphere that had been penetrated would appear. That was the dried-up earth. If one were to look further, one could see countless stars distributed over millions of light-years. Hundreds of trillions of stars converged into an endless sea of light, like a concentrated sea of stars. Countless stars burned nuclear fuel, gathering the light into a highly concentrated photon colloid, forcing mankind to rely on the distorted space barrier outside the Earth to divide the solar system and the Milky Way into two universes. The black zero-light speed deadline. It protected mankind in the thousands of planets around the Earth. Tens of thousands of stars the size of the Earth cracked like an eggshell, and highly concentrated burning nuclear matter was quickly torn from the stars, and then spread at an unimaginable speed into the void that was measured in light years. It was like a black gap swallowing the matter of the stars. Then an extremely brilliant pair of wings extended from the star and unfurled in the dark vacuum. Then a second, a third, and an endless number. If humans were to describe this astronomical unit that suddenly appeared, they might use angels to describe it because they were too similar, and also because these celestial bodies or lives were completely made of highly materialized light. But the real name of these things was Sephiroth. In other words, the outflow of divinity, or an even more tongue-twisting name, a noun that was simply defined by human science. Star quantum phenomenon evaporation cloud collapse intelligent life object. In essence, it was the intelligence formed by the collapse of the highly energized and evaporated part of the stellar matter. It could also be said to be the soul of the sun. Life was born in countless stars in the universe, like a plague. Their survival was exchanged for the destruction of other lives. The space defense system is overloaded by 13%. The gravity around Sephiroth is too strong. There are many stars with the weight of hundreds of thousands of suns within 90 light-years of us. Their gravity has already distorted the space. Our space barrier can't last long. Find a way to stop it. This supernova that is about to explode is about to form a black hole. How can we stop it? According to the data, there aren't many of these giant celestial bodies in the entire universe. There are only 6 of them. The headquarters has already numbered them. GC-268 Michael, K907 Gabriel, BD-342 Raphael, AK-213 Early. The powerful material force distorted the space, making the barrier that protected humans shake. Just with pure mass, the 6th Sephiroth, with the closest mass, almost collapsed the fragile barrier. But now the situation was not any better. The strong gravity had distorted the light in the surrounding tens of thousands of light-years. Like a dead line spreading, a large area of the universe suddenly turned into darkness. On Earth, it was the opposite. They found that the light in other areas of the universe had disappeared. This meant that they were already in a forming black hole. It was difficult for the light to escape this area. What's the situation? Nick frowned and asked a staff member next to him. Even though he had experienced despair several times, the staff still could not face everything calmly. He panted a few times and said nervously, "They've surrounded us. Tens of thousands of Sephiroth have appeared outside the warning line. The reason they haven't come close is because the gravity around the existence of a seraph is too terrifying. Even other stars would be torn apart if they're not careful. They are not unapproachable." The black-robed man suddenly interrupted. Nick stared at him. "What do you mean?" "Don't forget their essence. Sephiroth is a quantum life form, formed by the quantum plague Genophar after it infected the star's light source. Although War Skynet used the intelligent star's matter as its shell, it's just a layer of clothes. Their essence is a quantum life form, and they have no mass." "You mean they can swarm us all at once when they are naked?" "If I have to use an analogy, yes. There are more stars in the universe than there are people. Humans have been relying on the mutual influence of the gravity of stars to prevent us from meeting several Sephiroth at the same time. You know, once celestial bodies of similar mass get close, the changes in their orbits will soar geometrically. The limit that humans can calculate is 3 celestial bodies. I know, it's the problem of 3 bodies. The limit that Sephiroth can do is 6. They can control 6 stars of similar mass that have a serious influence on each other. If the mass difference is relatively large, it will inevitably happen that a large mass celestial body will tear apart a small mass celestial body. This is also the advantage that humans have for survival. But this is an illusion. The black-robed man shook his head and said, "The right of human survival has never been in our hands. The one who really decides our time is him. You have always been unwilling to tell me what kind of disaster we are facing. Now that we have reached this point, can you tell me?" Nick asked calmly. "Sephiroth, or the Archangel disaster, is just a disaster in this world. In other worlds, there are 5 great gods. The Avengers have not been destroyed. The astral gods have returned from the depths of the universe, and the mutants have reappeared. They are not a hopeless disaster at all. There are many existences that can be their enemies." The black-robed man seemed to be immersed in the memories of the past. Even the 4 horsemen who created them are not invincible. Many times we have destroyed War Skynet, polluted death, fought against famine and the Zerg to the end of the universe, and fought against the plague. Although we have lost many times, it is not as if we have not won. We've defeated the Terran insect tribe and the Blade Queen. We've destroyed a high-speed civilization that had a timeline that was 1,200 times longer than ours. We've destroyed the Tinder Origin, killed the undead Calamity, fought a decisive battle against the Titan giants and perished together with the entire physical world that was controlled by Skynet. We've sacrificed hundreds of millions of lives to pollute the quantum thoughts of death. From the beginning of the Big Bang to the end of the world, we have created countless miracles and ignited sparks in the endless darkness. However, these worlds have only one ending in the end, and that is to be erased from the timeline. This is the enemy we have to face, the most dangerous disaster in this multiverse. Chapter 243. Sometimes, threats came silently. Nick, who faced the twin threats of the portal and solar storm over Manhattan on Earth, would never have thought that Chinong was stirring waves on a much larger scale. The silence he was wary of was the omen of a greater storm. Marvel was never a one-dimensional world. It was like a colossal, twisted monster that brandished countless tentacles, with complex parallel worlds forming a complicated multiverse system. There, the timeline convergence, led by Chinong, was coming in full force. Skynet of war, mutants of famine, the Four Horsemen and their terrible creations were faithfully carrying out Chinong's will, compressing the living space of the multiverse bit by bit, forcing everything in this world to the orbit set by Chinong. To a one-dimensional being like Nick, all of this was naturally undetectable. Even if dozens of Nicks of parallel universes were blasted to smithereens at every moment, for the Nicks of other timelines, the effect was merely a lesser possibility in the future. They could not even detect such a threat. But against those terrible beings of higher dimensions, the war had already begun. In outer space, millions of kilometers away from the black-robed man and Nick, the white-clothed Chinong stood silently in the vacuum, maintaining the same speed as Earth. With Earth as a frame of reference, he stayed right above New York. If the entire solar system was a frame of reference, Chinong was moving at an astonishing speed of several hundred meters per second, although that speed was nothing in the universe. Over 19,000 of our wars have taken place above that city. Does this planet, this city, have any special meaning to you? Across from Chinong was a human-shaped miniature of the universe, as if what he was facing disdained to appear with a human's mentality. He looked like a violently shifting universe, filled with chaos, heat, and non-elemental matter that was a storm of rays. Curiosity shouldn't be an emotion you possess. Eternity. Chinong called out his name, one of the 5 great creator gods of this universe, a true higher dimensional life form, an abstract God born at the moment of the Big Bang. You, the embodiment that represents the sum of time in the entire universe, will probably never have such a thing as curiosity, much less have such superfluous things like doubt. Of course, the eternal would not be curious. It did not even have the emotions unique to life. Rather than saying that it was a life, it was better to say that it was a viral concept collection of the coordination mechanism of the universe. The most perfect one was like Swallowing Star with complete emotions and self. She would become a true virus. She was almost like the goddess of death. She was like a god. She was equivalent to an incomplete life. Both eternity and infinity were far from the state of the goddess of death. It was difficult to distinguish whether it was a mechanism of the universe or an individual emotional virus. Most of the time we fight in our true forms, but sometimes you will use your human body. We are the same existence. Why would you use the body of a carbon-based organism? Is it because you were one of them? It's the same for Star Devourer. Why do you need a body that can accommodate you? Eternity asked doubtfully, or pretended to be doubtful. The difference is probably that I have a personality, so I still need a human body. It's the same for Star Devourer. He also has a personality, so he won't exist in the form of a concept in the universe. So he has no choice but to maintain the survival habits of his race before he became a god of creation, devouring planets to replenish his energy. There were 2 contradictory things that affected Chinong at the same time. Part of it was his existence as a higher dimensional existence. That kind of continuous evolution and all-encompassing instinct made him constantly have the tendency to return to absolute rationality, expanding infinitely in depth and breadth. On the other hand, the remnant part of him as a human also deeply affected him. The struggle, when his personality was facing extinction, allowed him to maintain many human behaviors and thinking structures, and he tried his best to solidify them. This contradiction between evolution and rigidity was a problem that even Chinong could not solve. So, I don't understand what you guys are thinking. The way of thinking of every higher dimensional existence should tend to be the same. What's the point of you and Star Devourer clinging on to the shell of a dead person, existing like a ghost? Death is also becoming more and more like you guys. What's so fascinating about those small, weak, shallow creatures that aren't even worth mentioning? Eternity asked, puzzled. No, it's not the same. Chin-Ong shook his head. You think they're different from what I said. Eternity's virtual personality was becoming more and more vivid, actually learning to interrupt and answer first. No, Chin-Ong denied again. I'm saying that we're different. To them, you're a higher dimensional creature, but to me, you're still a lower-level existence. The difference isn't between you and them, but between me and you guys. To me, is there any difference between a lower-dimensional god and a lower-dimensional ant? No. Perhaps you think that there's an insurmountable gap between you and humans, so much so that you don't even bother to understand them. But to me, there's only a difference between you guys. There's no essential difference. My pursuit was actually very simple from the start. When you find yourself in a box, what you want to do is, of course, to jump out. But before that, you have to first do experiments, right? The leap from a lower-dimensional creature to a higher dimension is the topic of my research. From this aspect, you can't even compare to humans. Chin-Ong looked at him and said without a hint of reluctance in his tone. Eternity asked, why? Chin-Ong replied, because you lack a possibility. From the Big Bang to the foreseeable future, you must be eternal and unchanging. Even the other 3 gods of creation are the same. They are huge, but rigid, without emotions, and will not produce variables that are beyond my control. Experiments under my control are meaningless. I need someone to bring me new opportunities, knowledge, ideas, and inspiration. This must be a miracle that is beyond my control, a miracle that leaps from a lower dimension to a higher dimension. Then it must first have unlimited possibilities, and secondly, it must be beyond my control. It is like a seed that I can't control, growing freely on suitable soil and giving me an unexpected fruit. But first, I have to filter out such a seed, something that can be called a miracle. Chapter 244. Dear human, the king of Asgard greets you. On planet Chitauri, the emissary of Asgard and the leader of the Communist Alliance met in a friendly manner. This was the other end of the portal for humans on Earth. But for Asgard, it was a clear landmark on the star map. Ever since Thor and the Avengers met with the Common Alliance, the Asgardians knew most of the things that happened on planet Chitauri. With the Bifrost, they were the only force that could contact the Common Alliance on an equal footing. Although there were many internal doubts about the abilities of humans, the Asgardians had to make contact with this very mysterious and terrible human force in the face of an increasingly urgent threat. This was already the 3rd batch of emissaries sent by Odin. With both sides in need of contact, they had exchanged a lot of information, including the Apocalypse and the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Welcome, friends of Asgard, to the 2nd Beijing. I hope you have brought what you promised. The diplomat was frank. His eyes swept over the metal box carried by the Asgardian emissary, and there was a faint solemnity in them. The Asgardian emissary very neatly handed him the box in his hand. The promise of my king, Odin, is more reliable than real gold. For them, Asgard has also paid a very heavy price, and the king has broken his previous oath and taken them out of the Forbidden Land. These things are very dangerous. Although they have terrible power, they hide a terrible threat that is enough to destroy us. If it wasn't to deal with the apocalypse, they wouldn't have come together. In the most heavily guarded central area of Chitauri, the diplomat carefully opened the metal box. A red solution, like floating magma, drilled out of the box and swam in the air. A hollow metal ball and a huge gem were placed side by side in the box. Mysterious and powerful forces flowed over these three items. The air was filled with tension. At present, we have a total of 4, and they are all here. The eyes of the emissary, Heimdall, seemed to be able to see through everything. The diplomat of the Republic felt as if his soul was being peeped at. It was very uncomfortable. A total of 4. Saying that, the diplomat quickly glanced at the things in the box again. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he looked up and said, "But there are only 3 here." Heimdall nodded and said, "I am the last one." He scanned his surroundings with his orange pupils and confirmed that there were no abnormalities. "We are responsible for protecting them, to prevent evil from using their power, so we have to hide them. Very few people know their true faces, and very few people know how many gems Asgard possesses. But this time, all the gems of Asgard are here. Ether particles, spirit scepter, cosmic spirit ball, soul eye. The Rubik's Cube is still in the hands of the Americans. They are still our ally, so we can't plot the one in their hands. The time gem is also on Earth, but the Supreme Sorcerer has the right to interfere. All the other gems are here. There was no one present who did not know the terrifying power of these gems. The Asgardians were one of the most knowledgeable forces in the universe about the Infinity Gem and the Common Republic, which could initially interfere with timelines and parallel worlds, probably knew even more than the Asgardians. In terms of the use of gems, the 2 forces present were definitely the best in the universe. Asgard had the Infinity Gauntlet and was a force that could really restore the true appearance of the gem, while the Common Alliance had the scientific and technological capabilities and industrial strength to research, experiment, and open the Infinity Gem. They were the only party, except for Chinong, who had the potential to see through the gem's origin. The cosmic cube could open wormholes at will to go where one wanted to go, move objects to any space at will, and distort or reorder space at will. The ether particles could realize any dream according to one's will. The cosmic spirit ball. It could allow the user to master and control all the power and energy they wanted to master. The spirit scepter could allow the user to enter the thoughts of others and control their behavior. It could also allow all dreams and thoughts to enter the user's brain. The soul eye was on Heimdall. It seemed to only have the ability to peek into the soul and truth of the universe. But everyone knew that this was only a trivial ability of the soul gem. A complete soul gem could steal, manipulate, or modify souls, and was more dangerous than the soul gem. The only one that had not appeared was the time gem, which had the great power to travel through other timelines. Of course, now it was not only the most dangerous of the 6 gems, it was also the most difficult to use. Anyone who wanted to travel through time and space had to consider the waves of destruction that were arising in the endless time and space. If they were unlucky enough to be involved in the war between the 5 gods and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, either of them wouldn't mind squashing a few ants. The mind gem is wrapped in the shell, which is a way to protect the gem and to prevent the evil psychic power inside from getting out of control. Unfortunately, when I took the gem from S.H.I.E.L.D., this power had already leaked out. That is why we disregarded the face of another ally and forcefully took it. Heimdall picked up the scepter and introduced it. The diplomats on the scene took the scepter and solemnly said, "Its power is dangerous, but we are not afraid of it." "Odin knows, so he gave it to you," Heimdall sighed. "In those parallel worlds that have disappeared, your greatness is worthy of praise. Judging from the embers passed by the world torches of the future and the past, you have always fought against him to the very end. We hope that this can help you, which is to say, to help ourselves." Heimdall picked up the hollow metal ball again. It floated quietly in his hand, but anyone who approached it could feel the terrible power in it, the terrible power that could destroy everything. Universal Spirit Orb. Heimdall read its name with a complicated expression and handed it to the hands of the Alliance personnel. Layers of halos emerged from the handsome young man, and countless adamantium robots appeared from under his wrist, carefully holding the Universal Spirit Orb. The shell of these gems is a camouflage to hide them, and it is also a tool to use their power, Heimdall solemnly said. The power of the Infinity Stone is very powerful and difficult to control. With our ability, trying to possess them is madness and dangerous. They were neither kind nor evil, but they were extremely dangerous because of their great power. That kind of pure power should not be something that we can possess, so this layer is both a seal and a protection. They are a race that once obtained the gems and used the technological weapons of the gems. Those races are very powerful, and even we admire their wisdom. In order to protect and possess them alone, they used all their wisdom. But in the end, they were still destroyed by the hands of the gems, right? The young diplomat of the Alliance took over the conversation. Yes, Heimdall sighed as he suspended the ether particles in his palm and looked at the bright, blood-like, magical substance. Just like our old enemies, the Dark Elves, they once had a civilization greater than Asgard. But the power of the gems blinded their eyes, making them greedy, cruel, and irrational. They created the shell of the reality gem, ether particles. According to our research, the nature of the reality gem is closer to the true magic of the universal substance. There are countless dark matter in the universe. They do not interfere with light, God's particles, and most of the matter known to humans. So they hide in the darkness as if they do not exist to us. They have no shape, no mass, no color, and none of the physical quantities known to humans can measure them. Heimdall nodded and said, "That's why it's called dark matter." The technology of the divine realm and Earth came from the same source, so there was nothing incomprehensible about it. Yes, the diplomat said with a smile. We think that most of the universe is hidden in dark matter. It's even possible that what we can see in the entire universe is just a grain of sand in the sea of stars, even if it's dark matter. I don't find it strange that the dark universe is huge, because we are really too small outside it. But a magical substance like the reality gem is likely to have an interference reaction with most dark matter. Of course, we don't know how many kinds of dark matter can react with it, nor do we know how much of this dark world it illuminates. But from it, we can see a world that is tens of thousands of times wider than our universe. Legend has it that using this gem can truly, without exaggeration, turn these views into reality. This gem may be the most powerful. It is also the most difficult to use. Using it, people can realize any dream. All scientific codes and natural laws are meaningless in front of it because it can modify them at will. Heimdall sighed. He suddenly shook his head again. But who knows how dangerous it is? It doesn't distort reality to realize people, and the claim that all scientific codes and natural laws can be distorted and have the power to modify reality is actually just an ignorant lie. What it actually has is the power to show reality. Under its power, the other side of the universe is exposed. In the shadow of the dark universe, you can realize any wish and see any change you want to see, because that power itself exists there. It's just that you can't see it, touch it, interfere with it, and can't use it before. You think you've distorted reality, but it's actually just recreating it. The young diplomat suddenly laughed. Yes, Heimdall also laughed. Reality is there, you just discovered it. So, it's really worthy of being called the reality gem. The Dark Elves found a way to use it. They created a shell that could control the reality gem to discover a kind of dark matter that could absorb light particles and was extremely compatible with the Dark Elves' constitution, ether. They even used ether to change their constitution. In order to dominate the universe, they tried to use the power of ether to plunge the universe into eternal darkness. What a crazy and powerful power! The diplomat of the Common Alliance sighed as he looked at the ether particles in his palm. Heimdall also sighed. That's why Asgard is wary of them, but today we have no choice. No crazy power is as crazy as him, and no terrible consequences will be more terrible than him. The young warrior of the Common Alliance looked up and said, "We have no choice but to fight for hope." "I hope that the world can wait for the arrival of dawn," Heimdall said solemnly. "We are willing to pay any price." He stretched out his hand and gouged out his eye. "What are you doing?" The people of the Common Alliance wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the other emissaries of Asgard. Heimdall's eye sockets were sunken, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed down, but he raised his hand to stop him. He opened his palm, and an orange soul gem wrapped in his eye, shining brightly. "This is the 4th gem. Take it. My friend, please bring dawn to the world. The darkness is too long. We can't bear it any more." Someone said to him, "The morning will come." To be continued. Chapter 245. For the selfish vanity, for the lowly sense of security, and for the hypocritical prosperity, the differences between people were magnified. Society also made a series of deceptions, lies, and false promises to slow down the pace of human progress. Yuri stood at the bow of the rugged, Soviet-style floating airship. Looking down from the porthole, the towering skyscrapers that were thousands of meters above the ground were just big boxes, and the people were like ants. People who hadn't been modified would never be able to see them clearly. This is an old trick of the evil, privileged class great leader. From the despicable feudal lords to the rotten capitalists, all their efforts are to maintain order that is beneficial to them. Facts have proven that as long as this order is disturbed, they will act as quickly as a lady whose skirt has been lifted. That's why people are weak, Walesa, Yuri said decisively. If they can be deceived by a lie for 1,000 years, they can be deceived by other lies for 10,000 years. They are not worth looking forward to. But our allies don't believe this. Monarchy rule, divine authority, religion, and bloodline. One obvious lie after another. Until now, people still believe in it. Because human nature is greedy, stupid, lazy, and lazy, they don't have the ability to distinguish the truth. Because people are weak, they don't have the ability to persist in the truth. All of this can only be done with the determination of steel. But the people don't have such a will. Let's start from the old society, Walesa. The leader waved his hand and said with a firm tone, "Look at the people's lives. They are worse than dogs. They are just tools for the nobles. But until they can't live, they don't even know how to fight back. They let the scum rule for dozens of centuries. But what drives the progress of society? It's the greed of the second-class lords. And the people are still worse than pigs and dogs. They are trapped in lies and whips. They pull each other and don't dare to take a step forward. The great leader Marx exposed the lies of the nobles. But what was the result? An even better lie, telling them that submission is the happiest and most reasonable life. Work is not for self-realization, but for survival. Human transactions are not based on demand, but on the market. Oh my God, what a big lie they had told. But the funniest thing is that the people believed it, so they betrayed the Soviets. Walesa had to remind Yuri on the basis of the consensus of the League. Leader, with all due respect, it was the Soviets who betrayed them. The officials. Then capture them and chop off their heads. Yuri gestured angrily. He put his hands behind his back and suppressed his anger. They are too weak. They are not of the Soviets. They have no fighting spirit at all. Indulging in the lie of happiness, the people need an iron will, a unified will. A voice. Yuri spread out his hands. That's my voice. Yuri spread out his hands. The Republic believes that human nature can be changed. As long as there is enough investment, a person can be perfected. Yuri sighed, but I don't believe it. The Soviets are like Naf. You're like a nanny taking care of the people. But you can't give them a firm will. You can't defeat Tianqi with such methods. Of war, sauf of. Yuri put on the telepathic helmet. We need someone as determined as Stalin. Lenin's wisdom, absolute justice, and an indomitable will to lead us. My will is far from enough. The weakness of human, I do not lack any. The stupidity of human, I do not lack any. I want to be stronger. It is time to make a sacrifice. He silently turned on his helmet and the psionic beacon tower on the airship. He looked back at his loyal guard for the last time and sighed. I am still too weak. I can feel tears in the corner of my eyes. It is vodka. If I lose control, let our ally destroy me. Yuri opened his arms and activated the psionic beacon tower. In an instant, Yuri's spirit was connected with the Soviets. The absolute and glorious personality created by the Republic and the Soviets poured into Yuri's body, making his withered body swell into a mass of muscles. All the correct personality of human, in line with the standard of a warrior, a Soviet warrior, was connected to the entire Soviet Union. Yuri's eyes were wide open, and the huge amount of information destroyed his personality in 1/10,000th of a second. At the last moment, Yuri let out a deafening roar. For everything of the Soviets! Walesa, I don't want to be a human anymore. At this moment, the Republic soldiers on the other side of the portal suddenly raised the guns in their hands, raising these ancient weapons above their heads. The 22 cannons that symbolize the fighting spirit of mankind were fired, honoring the birth of the most mentally powerful warrior in the history of mankind. No forgiveness, no hypocrisy, no weakness. Our goal is to move forward towards the truth. Forward, forward, great Soviet warrior. Destroy everything in the old world and create everything in the new era. Fight, comrades, smash everything in sight into ruins. Abandon all hypocrisy and weakness and stand up, comrades. In the bleak autumn wind, New Yorkers quickly walked through the bleak streets, wrapping themselves tightly in their clothes. On the newspapers that were blown all over the sky by the wind, the words were hard to read. Only the ink-black title could be vaguely seen. The world economy lasts 39 days of depression. Solar crisis. How many days until the apocalypse? How long can humans last in outer space? The Federal Reserve is powerless to control the depreciation of the dollar. The fluttering newspapers clattered on the streets and fell onto the public facilities, adding a sense of loneliness to the atmosphere. A few pedestrians quickened their steps and left the ghostly street. In the darkness, only the shadows of a few stray cats flashed by, creating a lively noise. Ever since Skynet took control, the population of New York had been decreasing day by day. Now, the U.S. military and war robots were miraculously more than the citizens. Coupled with the spies from various countries, members of mysterious organizations, superheroes, and supercriminals, the situation was getting out of control. A small number of citizens had also moved to the Bronx, where the government forces and superheroes were stationed. This was the forward zone of the alien invasion, the base of the Demon King who destroyed the world, and the heaven of ambitious people and underground organizations. The portal above their heads constantly reminded the people of the impending danger. New Yorkers seemed to have gotten used to it. That afternoon, most of the citizens heard a strange sound. It sounded like a huge building and the whistling of the wind. It was unusually mournful, and the wind in New York grew stronger. A huge shadow squeezed out from the hole above. The vast shadow slowly spread and covered the sky. A huge, non-reflective metal mountain pressed down from the sky. It was as if there was a steel wall pressing down on them. Holy Mother Mary! New Yorkers, who thought their nerves had been tempered to be abnormally strong, stared at everything in shock. They were not only shocked by the huge steel battleship, but also the familiar flags and symbols that every American had come into contact with. The fiery red color, the solidified blood-red color, made people tremble. Indistinctly, a chorus that resounded through the heavens rang in his ears. Chapter 246. In the Common Alliance's mental network, countless consciousnesses were exchanging information and thoughts. Now, The rapidly evolving humans of the Common Alliance were gradually creating new cultures and habits. Thanks. Language was being replaced by thoughts and telepathy due to the inefficiency of understanding and transmission. The mental network was a product of the rapid evolution of information, knowledge, and perfection. It satisfied the need for communication after the evolution of human biology and the gradual disconnection of society. The original language, writing, music, and all other cultures were facing the danger of being eliminated because they were too simple and primitive. The brain, whose thinking speed had increased exponentially, felt that everything in the old world was too simple. Music was too simple. The fluctuation of sound in the range of 20 to 20,000 hertz was full of loopholes and random. The once beautiful melodies, beautiful poems, and magnificent art were being eliminated at an amazing speed in this day and age where everything was changing rapidly. The wonderful miracle that humans once created by limiting their hearing frequency to within the range of 20 to 20,000 hertz seemed so simple and unadorned in the ears of the new humans who could hear electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, and listen to the background music of the universe and appreciate the sounds produced by the stars. Everything was under the influence of the Republic's symphony orchestra, using the gravitational flow, electromagnetic waves, and thermal radiation of the 2 galaxies, 6 stars, and 19 planets near Chitauri. They played a starry music that reverberated throughout the entire Chitauri galaxy. After shocking the whole world, it quietly changed. More and more members of the Common Alliance began to inherit the foundation of history and create a new era of culture. Under the suppression of the wartime system, the disconnection between mankind's increasing material productivity and the original backward culture and spiritual wealth quietly sprouted. The mental network that accommodated the entire Common Alliance of 3 billion people was operating in an orderly and harmonious manner. The leaders of the Republic, the Soviet Union, and the European Community all gave up a part of their autonomy in thinking and presided over the exchange of thoughts in the mental network, so that the wisdom of mankind could be organically combined. 3 billion different consciousnesses broke through the mental barrier to a certain extent. With a brand new structure, a more perfect collective consciousness was formed. The republic's will of China, the Soviet Union's iron will, and the European community's ocean of dreams. This was the highest democratic mechanism of the Common Alliance. Every citizen contributed their own wisdom to achieve a frank exchange of hearts. Under the premise that values, worldviews, and outlook on life gradually converged, the direction of the organization was decided together. Before the exchange, we must confirm a premise. Will of China's spokesperson spoke on behalf of the entire Republic of China. They all admit that humans from Earth in the parallel world are members of the human race, right? Yes. Although the human genes in this world carry the shadow of artificial creatures, most people agree to regard the human beings of Marvel World, whose history, culture, and even 3 views are similar to those of the former human beings, as members of the human race. Then, regarding the relationship between the Common Alliance and the humans of this world, the most important question is, do the people have the right to be stupid? Do the people have the freedom to fall? Only when this problem is solved can we decide whether to forcefully interfere with the sovereignty of the countries and peoples of this world. The 3 parties reached a consensus in an instant. No, they have no right to be stupid. Realizing oneself, liberating one's mind, reforming oneself through learning and labor, perfecting one's personality, and promoting the development of the entire society with one's personal progress were the duties and responsibilities of every human being, as well as the natural responsibility of the human race. We have an unshirkable responsibility for the continuation of the race, the progress of society, and the fulfillment of the basic needs of the individual. The will of the Republic emphasized, have the will to progress and the need to develop. This is the basic requirement of society for people. Yuri, who unified the consciousness of the entire Soviet Union, had the simplest attitude. Self-degeneration, stupid scum, There is no need for them to exist in this world. There is no need for them to be defined as humans. Children do not have the right to not learn. The humans of this world are still very young, and they do not have the right to make stupid choices. We have an obligation to them, to the entire world. The Common Alliance has the obligation to achieve the liberation of mankind and the development of society. Individuals have the responsibility to help others further achieve self-growth. Whether it is the Common Alliance or myself, we all have the responsibility to liberate this world. This is the duty of the Communist Party. Then, all members of the Common Alliance have unanimously decided to liberate Europe, liberate East Asia, liberate Central Asia, and finally liberate Earth, forcefully promote the development of this world, and realize the self-liberation and perfection of human needs. This is the reason for you to invade our country? Nick looked at the righteous man in front of him in surprise, as if trying to see through his veteran politician's skin. But no matter how he looked, he only saw the sincerity and confidence on Yang Qi's face. He finally believed that this man was really what he thought. Not only did it not make him feel ridiculous, but it also made him feel even more terrified. Liberating all mankind is our responsibility. This is what we should do, Yang Qi repeated. Nick only wanted to curse out loud. But hey, we never invited you to do this. This country, this people have never allowed you to do this. You are strengthening our willpower. This is a shameless invasion. You will not receive justice and help from this country. On the contrary, everyone you want to liberate will stand up against you. They will fight to the last drop of blood. For you? Yang Qi asked in confusion. Who would reject progress and liberation? Who would reject a beautiful future? That is not a beautiful thing. In this country, they have everything: equal opportunity, free will, democratic system. We are heading in the right direction, not succumbing to the rule of the Chinese, the Russians, and the damned Europeans. We will not welcome your invasion. Nick roared like a lion. Yang Qi only said calmly, "That is only what you think." "Why do you say that?" Captain America stood in front of him and asked seriously, "Do you think this country will succumb? You think too much, Nazi. In fact, the country you think of is not equal, not free, not democratic." Yang Qi smiled very gently. "You may think it is unbelievable. After lying for a long time, even you yourself will believe it, but a lie is a lie. You mistreat the people, depriving everyone of their right to development. Everyone is born equal and free. They have the right to pursue a perfect personality, self-realization, learning, and development. You have deprived them of their right to development. Under the lie of freedom, you have created a scam of equality. But what is your equality? It is the equality of animals. You have never included all the key factors that determine human nature into the equality that they should have. You allow the people to be lazy, stupid, and degenerate. You encourage the people to degenerate. Facts have proven that in your country, the ruling class has a better right to development. It is not only in terms of skills, but also in terms of personality. They generally have better quality, psychological quality, and even physical quality. They have a more perfect personality and better character. The thing that determines a person's fundamental quality is drawn by money. The ruling class has all the conditions to cultivate these qualities, but the people are encouraged to be stupid. Your so-called equality has only one direction. That is, the ruler has the qualities of a ruler, and the people are encouraged to have the requirements of being ruled. This is a lie of money. It seems that the nobility of personality has nothing to do with capital, but in reality, it is the same as in the Middle Ages. Nobility becomes the character of the ruler. It is not that the people are despicable, but they do not have the conditions to be noble. When you deprive them of the right to development, the so-called equality of opportunity becomes a lie. You oppress the people, and freedom becomes the slave of money. The freedom to have $10 million is different from the freedom to have nothing. But you lie to the people, saying that people with $10 million are as free as them. But the real key is that in your society, freedom is conditional, and wealth becomes the only standard of freedom. The root of freedom is not in your lies, but in productivity. Your system, law, and even everything is to protect the freedom of the rulers. They are free to exploit and oppress, free to rule and occupy, but the people are bound by the division of wealth and the distribution of material products by money. This is a big lie, and democracy is your plaything. This hypocritical fig leaf cannot withstand a single blow. Yang Qi said seriously, "Lies are ultimately lies. If we did not appear, you could continue to claim that your system is the best in the world, but now we are here. Lies cannot withstand a single blow in front of the truth. If your so-called truth is limited to this." Nick sneered. "This is no different from what those lunatics said. In fact, the people who criticize our government can form a line from California to Ontario. Who cares about them?" Yang Qi shook his head and said, "I think you may have misunderstood the difference between truth and propaganda. The key is that we really exist. The people may not see through lies, but they can still see the truth. We will let them see it. Your lies are based on pervasive propaganda and persistent deception. To be honest, if more than 80% of the world's sociologists help you to promote this lie, of course it is indestructible. But you will know that language and words are not the most moving thing in this world. The direct exchange of ideas is. In terms of the ability to transmit information and ideas, there is a world of difference between us. According to our research, the advantage of the suppression of information can modify and distort people's consciousness, and even reduce the other's existence dimension. The future war will be an information war. 30 minutes later, Yuri opened the Mind Beacon Tower above New York. His personality collapsed under the impact of the information flow and was reshaped into iron will. Chapter 247. Red Square, the Kremlin. The Russian president was holding a phone call from the White House. He was going crazy with suspicion. "Sir, can we confirm your identity first? I know this is a top-secret line, but I really don't want to talk about the Soviet Union's invasion of you anymore. You said there are at least 800 aircraft carriers over the United States, but I haven't received any reports." "No." "Oh my God. Can we not talk about the Soviet Union? That giant has already fallen." Finally, he heard a strange tone from the other end of the phone. "Believe me, not receiving any reports means something in itself. You can turn on the news and take a look." Shaking his head, he put down the phone in his hand and gave a few instructions to the guard next to him. "This is Washington. CNN reporting for you. From California to Alaska, from San Francisco to New York, an old ghost has been resurrected. It's hovering over the entire American continent." The reporter on the screen said incoherently, "I don't know if I'm the only one hallucinating, or if the whole world has gone crazy, but I saw the F*King Soviet flag. The truth is that we've been deceived." On a talk show, a civilian scientist jumped on the host's chair and shouted, "There has never been a country called Russia. After the Star Wars project, our president lied to all of us in order to avoid the growing movement's impact on the United States. The moon landing was a rehearsal, then the internet, TV. They were experimenting with whether they could create a huge illusion through the media and lies. The illusion of the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union. They controlled us through the media, along with Europe. Other countries outside the United States are just a model set up in Africa. Everyone who went abroad went to Africa. As for those big cities, Beijing, Shanghai, Moscow, they were all sealed off parts of New York. It was a huge artificial Chinatown. In this way, we can simulate other countries, world politics, and history. The truth is that the Soviet Union never failed. They became stronger and stronger. They liberated Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, Antarctica, North America, East Asia. South America, the evil red flag has been planted in every corner of the world. Now they're going to occupy the United States. Mr. Luo, that's impossible, okay? The host tried to stop him. I can tell you for sure, Mr. Luo, I've been to Russia and China. This world is real. Really? Luo sneered. Then how many places have you been? How much do you know about the place? Are you sure that there is this country, its system, its territory? Is the culture, the people what you know? If Russia exists, then is it the Soviet army from the stars above us? In the satellite image, the fleet occupying the sky above North America occupied more than half of the screen, and the curvature of the Earth was clearly visible. It seemed that North America had been completely enveloped by these terrifying creations. Zooming in on the image, one could still see the U.S. Air Force fighter jets looking for opportunities, but there were also more wreckage and burning fireballs. Through the internet, more intelligence from the White House appeared in his hands. In a combat video of the Air Force's probing attack on the floating battleships, most of the fighter jets were destroyed by the agile, palm-sized unmanned aerial vehicles in the sky before they could even get close to the attack range. These little things rushed into the engine of the plane at a speed of more than Mach 10 and tore the entire plane apart. Most of the time, there wasn't even a single enemy. There were only Soviet emblems and flags fluttering in the most conspicuous places on the weapons. In a tragic attack by the Fifth Fleet, the aircraft carriers forcefully took off, and the warships fired at the enemy tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Missiles and nuclear weapons crashed into the translucent energy shield and burned into huge fireballs. Steel, explosions, burning, and loud noises distorted the air in front of the Iron Curtain. The huge Iron Curtain that covered the entire sky remained unscathed. In the end, following the roar of a huge cannon on the Iron Curtain, a black that appeared in the middle of the Fifth Fleet. The video seemed to have stopped at this moment, and one could see that this was slowed down to the extreme. The black dot quickly turned into a black shadow and shrouded a huge area. First, there was an incomparably violent impact. In the video, frigates that weighed tens of thousands of tons were thrown high up in the sea. They were at least 20 meters away from the sea level. There was even a frigate close to the aircraft carrier that flipped over. However, this was only the prelude. A huge suction force erupted from the black dot, and the steel let out a loud sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. In just a few seconds, the machinery, the huge ship, and the aircraft carrier were twisted into a huge, solid iron ball by the powerful suction force and sank into the deep sea. This is the live data of what just happened. The entire United States has lost most of its attack capabilities in outer space 2 hours ago. Just now, the Seventh Fleet was attacked by the People's Liberation Army in the South China Sea. We have lost almost all of our navy. Now, China and Europe have changed drastically. We have lost contact with 1/3 of the entire territory of the civilized world. The superhero team to rescue you is on the way, sir. I hope you can cooperate. Now, there is no doubt that you have lost control of this country. Our common enemy is Yuri, a psychic who is proficient in psychic abilities. Mind control. His tone was sharp. How can you prove what you said? How can you ensure the safety of mind control? Russia has an emergency refuge base. We can guarantee the existence of the government in any case. The Russian government in the United States will only be a government that betrays Russia. Sir, the enemy this time doesn't need mind control to overthrow your country. The giant Soviet has fallen, but its soul is still lingering in this country. Every person in this country is a potential revolutionary. They only need a little spark to set off a huge tsunami. Your people are far less determined than us. The United States has received help from a friendly alien existence, Celestial. Their Professor Light Consul is a psychic who is more powerful than Yuri. He is willing to protect the free will of humans from being violated. In Washington, we have built a huge brainwave controller that is enough to fight against Yuri's mind beacon tower. Hello, sir. Hello. Are you okay? The person on the other end of the phone was a little annoyed. He anxiously waited in the temporary office. Is there a problem with the line? The line signal with Russia is good. How far is the rescue team from the Kremlin? 18 minutes to reach the scene. On the Red Square, Yuri stood in the middle of the cheering crowd. The sun shone in his calm eyes, making a dazzling halo appear on the back of his head. People affectionately looked at his iconic bald head. Although it was the first time for them to see their leader, the telepathic communication made him like an old friend to them. Can we really save the Soviet? A young man looked excited and sorrowful as he begged Yuri for an answer. The upper class of this country has been corrupted. They will not give up their power. Can we really achieve it? Of course. Yuri answered with absolute certainty. All the sufferings this country has experienced in the past have been deeply engraved in our bones. The things that we've failed, the things that we've forgotten, the pain and glory, the weakness and determination, they've all been deeply engraved in our bones. Once, I was just like all of you, lost, unable to find the direction of the red flag until I regained my faith. They called me the demon Yuri and scolded me for using evil mind control. They erased your free will and thought that I played with the skeleton of the dead giant, enslaved the people, and controlled your body and soul. But you know the truth, Yuri roared. Every one of us knows the truth. The truth is that we have been brainwashed and deceived. The truth is that freedom is the enemy's freedom to brainwash us. The truth is that every one of us is stupid and weak. As always, we try not to see the truth of this cruel world. The truth is that we don't have a strong will to make up our minds, to act and create a different self. The truth is that we can't even free ourselves. It's due to the greed and laziness of human nature. This is the truth of the matter. The light is in front of us, but the truth that we are blind to. It can never be achieved because it violates human nature. It is not free, not democratic. It will enslave us and make us unable to live a life of depravity and indulgence. It can't be achieved because not everyone can be a saint. Because we have low self-esteem, we are weak, we are lazy, we are greedy, we are stupid. Yuri raised his right hand high. Everyone is not perfect, but we have the determination to be perfect. We eradicate the weakness, overcome the laziness, forget the greed, abandon the stupidity, learn to sacrifice and love, become great, to fight for the progress and liberation of human beings, to create a glorious and everlasting era with our own hands. The most precious thing to a person is life. Life belongs to a person only once. A person's life should be spent in this way. When he looks back on the past, he won't regret his mediocrity and wasted years, nor will he feel guilty for being a despicable person and living a vulgar life. In this way, when he is dying, he can say, I have devoted all my life and all my energy to the most magnificent cause in the world, the struggle for the liberation of human beings. Now, comrades, if you are willing to accept the will of the great leader Lenin and Stalin, to give up everything for the progress and liberation of human beings, to transform yourself, to become a noble, determined, and pure person, to create the future of human beings, if you are willing to be brainwashed like this, please raise your right hand. The sea of people on the Red Square, and even the whole of Russia, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, Cuba, and South America, except for North America, which was protected by another powerful spiritual force, the whole world could feel and touch Yuri's thoughts and will. Anyone who is willing to come in contact with this could communicate deeply with Yuri. They could feel Yuri's memories and thoughts, as if he had let go of the protection of his own thoughts and exposed them to everyone's eyes. He was frank and determined to show his path to everyone. Soon, someone raised his right hand, followed by the second and the third. Like a huge wave, from the Red Square to the Kremlin, from Moscow to Vladivostok, many people raised their right hands. They gave up their own free will and used brainwashing to eliminate the self that they thought was not perfect. Everyone is a saint. If this is brainwashing, then so be it. The justice in my heart doesn't need their approval, and it doesn't need the affirmation of those liars, robbers, and politicians. It's not me who controls them, but the unwilling mediocrity in their hearts. Everyone has a great personality in their heart to be their own master. Yuri thought, let our minds and hearts connect with everything, and let our wills be as strong as steel. Let us know the truth of this world, learn the truth of science, perfect ourselves and personality, strive to create and liberate the world. Forward, Davalishi! Hurrah! A tsunami of cheers started from the Red Square and spread to Moscow, Russia, Asia, the whole world. In the genetic engineering base, the eyes of countless clones opened at this moment. The consciousness and soul summoned by Yuri from the upper reaches of the river of time were injected into these clones with memories. The petri dish opened, and countless Soviet Red Army soldiers walked out from history. They touched this era excitedly, stepped onto tanks and battleships, equipped with mechas and exoskeletons, picked up Gaussian weapons and electromagnetic cannons, drove Apocalypse tanks and Kirov airships, and used the knowledge in their memories to control these unfamiliar weapons, rumbling toward the battlefield of the past. After a long time, a voice could be heard. In the name of the great leader Yuri, I will bring you, the corrupt lackey of capitalism, the traitor of the American people, the final judgment. Chapter 248. China has fallen, Japan has fallen, Central Asia has fallen, Eastern Europe has fallen, Northern Europe has fallen. Hell, even Western Europe and the UK have changed their flags. General Cavino's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the red area from Asia to Europe on the map. We're almost facing the whole world. East Asia is a monster house. North Korea, South Korea, Japan, China, any one of them can drag us into a long, bloody war. Europe is the second center of the world, and its overall strength is not inferior to ours. There's also the Soviet Union, the ghost that crawled out of the tomb of time. The polar bear has a cruel temperament. They seem to be born to live in war, and they can endure the pain of war more than we can. Each of these forces has the potential to shake the rule of the U.S. General Cavino looked at the red sickle and hammer flags on the world map and felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The People's Republic of China, the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republic, the Pan-European Communist Alliance, and their allied organization, the Human Liberation and Communist Revolution Alliance. It makes us feel fear that we haven't felt for a long time. This article was written by Starter. Compared to other crises and enemies, they may not be the most powerful, and certainly not the most dangerous. Why do we fear them the most? Nick asked, puzzled. You're still too young, General Cavino said. Not young in age, but young in political age. Time has made you forget the fear of being subverted by the communists and the humiliation our country suffered during the period when the polar bear was at its most fanatical. The Communist Revolutionary Alliance made me return to that cold, hard era. Yuri made me feel very uncomfortable. He has the shadow of that era. His psychic ability is also very scary, very much like that era. There was a period when the international communist movement was at its most violent. Truman sleeps with a gun under his pillow. Ism is a terrible thing. It can make sons rebel against their fathers. People kill their brothers, couples turn against each other, friends leave each other, workers shoot their bosses, soldiers take up guns and betray their motherland. For it, some people can endure all kinds of torture, abandon all love, and carry the cross. They stumble through thorns. Every hero has this kind of power that supports them. Nick said non-committally, that is justice. General Cavino looked up and interrupted him. The doctrine is their justice. Although the situation is serious, other than the Soviet Union, the other two members of the People's Revolutionary Alliance do not intend to have a direct conflict with us. China is busy solving the solar crisis, and Europe has to worry about the liberation of the world. Africa, Australia, Southeast Asia, South America. In the Middle East, only the polar bears are eyeing us. Nick highlighted the Soviet Union's territory on the map. Currently, Skynet and the Soviet Union's floating battleships are in a stalemate. They can really affect us. With only mind control, this battle will definitely be fought in the human's consciousness network. The general's gaze sharpened. Professor, do you agree to support us fully? No. Nick shook his head regretfully. He still holds the idea of defense and counterattack. He insists on the position of freedom of thought and will never agree to help us control the minds of the Soviets. However, he will do his best to protect the right of the American people to think freely. Yuri's mental invasion was trapped by him in the territory of the Revolutionary Alliance, but he was unable to fight back. Any extreme action would cause China and the European community to join the war. He is an alien. We can't trust him. Can we train our own psionic ability users? Use the brainwave enhancer to fight against the Soviet Union's mind controller? Yuri is too powerful. He can modify the consciousness of a country as easily as waving his hand. The fragile, mental defense of human beings led our efforts and weapons in front of him. It is as fragile as a piece of paper. Please don't forget the scene at the front line. Those dead soldiers seem to be resurrected from old photos. The fanatical army appeared from the other side of time and space. I believe that scene must have become a nightmare for many big shots. General, it's not that we don't know the danger, but we have no other choice. Nick's tone was not relaxed. The Avengers trust him. I am also willing to believe that he has good intentions towards us. At least he has the same enemy as us. We need a chance to win. The general said in an indiscernible tone. We can't hand over the lifeline of our country to an alien that we don't understand at all for a long time. The situation does not allow us to take risks. Then let the Avengers go. You convinced us that the Avengers are the key to Earth's defense, an important defense system to maintain global security. Now it is your turn to prove them. You want the Avengers to help us fight for the key to victory. Nick looked in the direction of the Avengers building. It is also the key for the Avengers to prove themselves. The general's expression was cold. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he said, "We have given a lot of resources to support you, Nick. You have to let us see the returns. Whether it is fighting against the apocalypse, solving the solar crisis, or the alien invasion, the Avengers have not played a key role. The most disappointing thing is Natalie's betrayal. We used to trust you, but now you make us doubt an unrestrained playboy, an old popsicle that has just been defrosted, a crazy monster, and an old man with a bow and arrow. Oh, and the former Soviet agent who has betrayed us. How can you bear the heavy responsibility of saving the world? We still have Thor." Nick said stubbornly. "Don't leave one out. Oh, and an alien." The general's expression was full of sarcasm. "Now, I need them to play their role and create a chance for us to win." The general pointed to a spot on the map and said, "Here, right here is our biggest enemy, Yuri's mind controller. Destroy it, and the professor can gain an overall advantage and save the Soviets from the hands of that tyrant. But that place is one of the Soviet Union's key defense areas. That is Stalingrad. The Red Army has 30 mecha operators and 2 floating fleets stationed nearby. Every one of them is a clone predator. They have killed countless people and have experienced hundreds of battles. They are equipped with kinetic skeletons, kinetic energy, and electromagnetic weapons. There are obvious signs of modification. So we need heroes," the general said calmly. "But that is suicide. We have to cross the long territory controlled by the Revolutionary Alliance. Even if we can hide from the Soviet Union and the European community, we definitely can't hide from China. Without the cover of the terrain, fighting with China, who has mastered space, energy, and information weapons, is simply suicide. They definitely don't mind vaporizing the Avengers along with 10 kilometers of land." The general stretched out his index finger and calmly tapped it in front of Nick. "Of course it will not be that simple. The technology of the Revolutionary Alliance is terrifying, but our technology is not completely stagnant. At least we have simulated the technical principle of the Rainbow Bridge, the pride of the Asgardians, and realized Einstein's great idea. What you will see is the top secret of the United States, the pride of modern technology, from human fantasy to reality, the hyperspace transporter. You can also call it the Einstein-Rosen Bridge. Washington Einstein-Rosen Bridge was a huge building. It was long and thin, like a giant cannon lying on the ground. The skeleton of the building was made of pure metal. Tony could recognize the huge arc reactor at the bottom of the building at a glance. "Stark, what do you think it does?" Bruce asked him worriedly. Tony's expression was not good. This was not only because of the military's almost undisguised hostility towards them, but more because of what they found on the Rosen Bridge. Such a large arc reactor is enough to power a city. It seems that this is not as simple as a teleportation bridge. It may also be a weapon. Because of the fall of New York, most of the important scientific research institutions and military facilities were moved to Washington. The professor's brainwave intensifier was near Capitol Hill, maintained by the mutants. Bruce completely recognized the professor as a student and once entered it to learn how to control his own mind. In the distant Stalingrad, Natasha was wiping her sniper rifle. She put on her military uniform. She did not look like the capable female spy of the past at all. Instead, she looked like a female warrior. She lived passionately and happily, as relaxed as if she had returned home. She received new equipment, underwent human transformation, and became a member of the Red Army stationed in Stalingrad. The psionic beacon tower shone brightly under the sunlight. Yuri's evil bald head reflected a cold light. His gaze looked into the void in the distance and met with a similar bald head in the distant United States. "I am Yuri, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Chief Political Commissar of the Red Army. All troops, listen to my orders. The first phase of the battle begins." The incandescent light of the psionic beacon tower shone on Yuri's bald head. His pupils became almost pure white, and his eyes, without the black of his eyes, looked extremely evil. However, his voice seemed to have a special magic that could make every Red Army commander focus on the instructions in the headset. "Dawasili attack. Victory belongs to all mankind. Glory belongs to the Soviet. Victory. Long live. Long live." The floating battleships that covered the sky converged into a sea of steel and red flags. The huge hull shattered the clouds in the sky. The huge battleship that was the size of a small mountain crushed everything with an indomitable momentum and moved almost in a straight line toward the Atlantic Ocean. The Terafov reactor provided a surging energy core. Blue energy waves flowed out of the hull and tore the surrounding air apart. The Red Army soldiers on the fleet, wrapped in exoskeletons, shouted with tears in their eyes along with the voice coming from the headset. "Long live Soviet! Long live Comrade Yuri!" The repulsive shield system installed on the chassis of the floating battleship, in the absence of the anti-gravity system, almost lifted the huge body of the battleship that weighed millions of tons. The floating battleship that was more than 800 meters in length was only a little more than 200 meters above the ground. The huge anti-gravity system almost destroyed everything in its way, be it troops, weapons, obstacles, hills, or forests. Also on the east coast of the United States, 12 floating carriers and the remaining aircraft carrier battle groups departed from the port. On the dozens of well-functioning airfields that were urgently opened nearby, tens of thousands of fighter jets were on standby. The war was about to break out. To be continued. Chapter 249. The soldiers of the U.S. Navy swallowed silently and looked nervously at the inconspicuous waterline where the Atlantic Ocean and the sky met. The Soviets were advancing. General Carvino's heart almost sank to the bottom of the sea. The crude American order was instantly stuffed back into his stomach by the terrible disaster in front of him. Unlike the young people after the Cold War, the old general still remembered the huge, cold, and cruel old opponent of the past. But he had never been afraid because he knew that even though the Soviet Union was crazy and powerful, its rigid system and bureaucratic army could never be called a great enemy of the U.S. Everything was different now, when this army, party, and country that had been buried by history was resurrected and reappeared in this world. It was already different from the polar bear in his memory. The huge floating battleship was like a protruding city at the end of the water sky. Facing east, the general saw nothing but the sun and these war machines that were as big as the sun. The steel monsters weighing tens of millions of tons made the fighter pilots who tried to approach the floating battleship dizzy. The floating battleship was very fast. The guided missile destroyer John Paul Jones, which General Carvino rode on, had a speed of nearly 40 knots. It had a glorious history of destroying alien battleships in the Pacific Ocean. This time, the U.S. used it as their flagship not only because of the survivability of the guided missile destroyer, but also to boost the morale of the Navy. The Heaven Shield floating above the Jones was only traveling at 28 knots. The entire fleet was almost made up of the U.S. Navy. Not only were there the urgent completion of the 3 aircraft carriers 3210, 3211, and 3213, but there were also old antiques like the modified and repaired USS Missouri. There were more than one. 2 million soldiers in the Navy alone. It could be said that this was where all the naval forces of the free world were located. General Nakamura, the current position of the Alliance fleet? General Carvino ordered over the radio, "For the Mikado." Although the English with a Japanese accent was a little strange, the general could still hear it clearly. "The Alliance fleet will arrive at the predetermined battlefield in half an hour. General Nakamura, General Park Chihudo, General Kate. We are the last hope of the free world. Japan and Korea are already under China's control. If the Alliance fleet fails in the battle against the Soviet Union, the government in exile will lose their last chance. Humanity's freedom and right to survival will inevitably be trampled and destroyed." General Carvino paused for a moment before slowly saying, "The First Fleet has arrived at the predetermined battlefield. The crossfire will begin in 3 minutes. Everyone, if I am unfortunate enough to die in battle, please take the flag of freedom from my hands and fight to the end with the enemy." General Carvino cut off the radio in his hand and roared at the command room, "Fire control now! Report the weapons!" "I've locked onto the target. The turrets are ready. The missiles are ready. All ships are in good condition. Everything is ready. 0134, 0132. Report on your weapons. Nuclear warheads ready. Prepare the ignition. 2 minutes of silence," General Carvino ordered. His eyes were solemn as he counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soviets, welcome the greetings from Washington. In the hidden base on the eastern coast, the long metal passageway almost pierced through the belly of the mountain. In this huge project that spanned dozens of kilometers, even more than 100 kilometers, the hundreds of large arc reactors that supplied energy began to overload. Prepare for near-Earth orbit strike. Prepare the satellite command. He connected to the brainwave controller, locking onto the Soviet Army's target. The satellites had locked onto the Soviet Army's target. All squads send out infrared signals. Radar stations get ready for backup. Activate the drone guidance signal. On the light screens of the major bases, a lifelike model of the Earth was displayed. The specific location of the Soviet floating fleet was displayed. Hundreds of signals were sent from different sources and in different ways. The spatial information of every floating battleship was exposed. The huge solid iron ball weighing tens of thousands of tons, after activating the internal high-tech equipment, was sent into orbit deep inside the Earth. Satellite signal is stable. Outer space coordinates are being imported. Earth's rotation data is imported. Trajectory calculation completed. Calculating the ion frequency vibration engine deflection data. The huge electromagnetic coil, based on the acceleration field generator designed by Stark Industries, accumulated a huge kinetic energy and a huge initial velocity that was enough to break through the outer atmosphere and launch the solid warhead weighing tens of thousands of tons. Even though they chose to launch in no man's land, the huge vibration that tore through the air still made the residents of the East Coast feel as if they had been hit by a stick. Their vision darkened, and those who were close to the launch base even bled from their mouths and noses. In the most serious cases, they had already lost their lives. Dozens of electromagnetic cannons with huge kinetic energy crossed the Atlantic Ocean in a few dozen seconds. The U-8 base in space also threw out hundreds of huge titanium rods, with terrifying kinetic energy that was constantly increasing due to the acceleration, and locked onto the sea where the Soviets were located. Now, full rudder left, General Carvino roared. He silently counted the time, then abruptly opened his eyes. Under the command of the supercomputer, the huge fleet neatly exposed the side of the bow. The huge, cumbersome ships drew a huge arc in the air, raising their turrets high. The originally unattainable elevation was finally achieved due to the tilt of the hull. Fire in unison. The general felt the violent vibration of the air behind him. The sailors on the deck could not help but look behind them. The dazzling red made them narrow their eyes, but from the corner of their eyes, they could see dozens of huge fireballs with powerful kinetic energy that could destroy the world, rushing towards the Soviets. "You're crazy, General. They'll drag us all to hell." The adjutant cried at General Carvino, but as soon as his voice came out, it was drowned out by the loud noise of the turrets firing in unison. General Carvino looked at the adjutant's nervous face that was distorted. He listened to the deafening roar of the huge cannons. He did not care if the adjutant could hear him or not, and said calmly, "I don't plan to go back alive. The Allied fleet will collect our corpses." The vibrating air made it difficult for people to stand steadily. Coupled with the strong vibration of the cannons firing, many soldiers on the deck were thrown into the sea. Missiles were fired and torpedoes were fired. The nuclear warheads fired from the 0134 and 0132 guided missile destroyers and the anti-air hydrogen warhead missiles fired from nuclear submarines accelerated towards the Soviets. On the Soviets' floating flagship, Kane solemnly watched the huge kinetic energy weapons rushing towards him. Hundreds of tungsten rods and titanium rods pierced through the atmosphere. The Red Army soldiers on the floating ships could already hear the rumbling of summer thunder. The sound grew louder and louder, and in a very short period of time, it connected into one. The Red Army soldiers looked up and could see countless dazzling balls of light appearing in the sky. In an extremely short period of time, it started like a meteor shower, and then it became like a dozen suns falling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Electromagnetic interference is ineffective. The strong magnetic repulsion field was broken in 0.3 seconds. Kinetic interference is ineffective. There is not enough time to deviate from these kinetic weapons. Their trajectories are close to the Earth's surface. It is very difficult for the gravitational trap to work. Countless information poured into Kane's brain. The commander-in-chief of the Soviets, Kane, only waited solemnly and calmly. It was not until the U.S. space-based weapons, kinetic energy weapons, and electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons had broken through the Soviets' 5-second defense circle that he opened his eyes. "Send a signal to our comrades in China." Received the signal from the Soviets. Also on the flagship, the People's Liberation Army of China nodded in confirmation. Will of China get ready to connect to the network. Beginning positioning of the dimensional membrane positioning successful. Beginning space anchoring. Releasing space anchor. Space bubble system loading. Secondary space platform expanding. Low-dimensional space loading. On the intersecting vector plane between the Soviets, floating fleet, and the U.S. kinetic energy weapons. A two-dimensional space membrane silently unfolded and was firmly anchored to the relative space position of the Earth. It was the kinetic energy weapon that first arrived in front of the Soviets' fleet. It was a huge titanium rod with a diameter of nearly 50 meters. It rotated and rubbed against the atmosphere, creating a layer of red free particles that could destroy all magnetic field information interference. The first titanium atom that came into contact with the two-dimensional space membrane suddenly reduced from a nucleus to an infinitely expanding membrane on a flat plane. Its attribute was kinetic energy. All the information, such as the vector, was converted into a kind of information that could not be interpreted in the higher dimensional world and engraved on the space membrane. Under countless incredulous gazes, the hot, melting titanium rod was simply swallowed by a layer of translucent light membrane. The high-speed camera could even capture the horrifying scene of the titanium rod slowly melting and penetrating into the light membrane, followed by the second titanium rod, tungsten rod, and steel warhead. All of these carried the power to destroy the world. The kinetic energy weapons and warheads that rushed down from a high altitude were like illusions, smashing in front of a thin layer of light membrane. Without even a ripple, they disappeared into the void. God, why did you abandon us? General Kane put down the binoculars in his hand and drew a cross on his chest. He closed his eyes in despair, and turbid water droplets slid down the corners of his eyes. He firmly ordered, "Reload! Fire again!" This time, only half of the First Fleet's turrets could still roar. Some people shot at the huge steel monsters in the sky in despair, but more people stopped what they were doing and silently looked at the magnificent fleet in the sky, staring at the translucent membrane. The soldiers of the Republic of Republic on the Soviet flagship were busy processing the huge amount of data brought by the dimension-reducing material in the space membrane, firmly controlling the state of the space membrane and the dimensional membrane. Everyone was excited. The Commissar stood in the middle of everyone and said to the excited faces, 2 years ago, the apocalypse destroyed our home planet, making us abandon our home, abandon our roots, and wander in a strange dimension. 2 years ago, faced with the apocalypse's meteorite strike, we could only give in despair. How many children have lost their parents? How many young people have lost their lovers? How many friends have gone missing? How many traces of the past have only been left with memories? Our loved ones were destroyed, our dignity trampled, and we were expelled from our homes. Who can forget that meteorite? Who can forget the apocalypse and hatred? Who can forget war, plague, famine, and death? We will not forget. Just like today, the disaster that made us despair in the past has been subdued by us. The power that destroyed us has been controlled by us. And in the future of civilization, this memory will be forever remembered along with the greatness of our civilization. We, the people of China, will not forget. What we have lost, one day, we will take back from the apocalypse with our own hands. For the past, forward. The Commissar fiercely chopped down with his right hand, and the response was a tsunami of roars. For the Republic, forward. Phase membrane inversion ready. Preparing for phase reversal of the space membrane. Mirror reflection phase activated. The relative coordinates modified to negative values. Under the gaze of countless people, a small ripple suddenly appeared in the translucent space membrane. It slowly expanded from a point, then quickly disappeared at the edge, leaving behind a light red color in the space membrane. A layer of light slowly concentrated from the periphery to the center, and a titanium atom suddenly reset, breaking away from the space membrane. As if it had been frozen, with acceleration and kinetic energy, it only changed direction and headed toward the First Fleet. Of course, General Cavino could not see an atom, but he felt a strong sense of fear. He clutched his heart and knelt on the ground. The strong sense of oppression made him unable to breathe, and he could only look at the sky in despair. Then a blazing red titanium rod jumped out of the space membrane, with a powerful kinetic energy that did not weaken in the slightest, and smashed into the John Paul Jones at a speed unimaginable to the U.S. military. The huge guided missile destroyer broke in two like a biscuit, its head and tail folded together, and then was torn to pieces by the huge shock wave that followed. A bottomless pit that reached the bottom of the sea appeared on the surface of the sea, and the seabed rock layer was broken by the impact, followed by a second titanium rod and a third. A meteor shower erupted in front of the First Fleet, and countless bright fireballs smashed into the sea. In just a dozen seconds, this place had become a nightmare. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky with a huge amount of evaporated water vapor, and the strong vibration and sound could be felt throughout the world. Nick silently closed his eyes and walked into the hyperspace transporter. The Avengers were silent and speechless. In this battle, the First Fleet, which gathered all the strength of the U.S. Navy, was destroyed by the kinetic energy weapon reflected by the phase membrane. The joint fleet encountered the ensuing tsunami and was hit hard. The sea gate of the free world opened to the Soviet dictatorship. From the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, the free world could no longer resist the invasion of the Soviet Union. The remaining fleets could only maintain the existence of the free world's navy. The free world's joint army and air force, led by the U.S., resisted step by step on the North American continent, and the Avengers, with the last hope of the free world, directly attacked the core mind controller of the Soviet Union through the hyperspace transporter. They wanted to destroy this evil country by freeing Yuri's evil mind control. Chapter 250. Tomorrow is 515, Chi Dian's anniversary celebration, the day with the most benefits. Novels. Other than the gift bags and school bags, this time's 515 red envelopes must definitely be flipped through. There was no reason not to snatch the red envelopes. Bruce! Barton exclaimed in surprise. However, this was no longer the time to be surprised. The steel structures around them were filled with powerful energy waves. Natasha stood on the undulating steel pillars beneath her feet. The gigantic buildings in the Avengers Station changed and flowed according to her will, changing the form of matter and energy. Give up. Natasha raised her hands in front of her chest to block. Around the Avenger, the metallic support beneath her feet morphed into an endless number of shapes and forms. Countless weapons appeared in this combination and were aimed at the Avenger's head and vitals. Anyone could feel the danger of those energy weapons. Natasha held onto her last shred of hope and warned her former comrade. Leave this place or else we'll be enemies. Then we're already enemies. Captain America said coldly, That's our position. You're right, we have no other choice. Natasha stretched out her left hand and clenched it lightly. At this moment, a wave of energy suddenly erupted from the center of her back, and a blazing white pillar of light pierced right through the center of her back. Ripples appeared in the transparent air, and Iron Man's reddish-gold armor faded like water as he emerged from the void. A powerful shockwave was unleashed from his palm, and it exploded less than a foot away from Natasha. Although out of caution, Tani did not give the energy shockwave any damage that could melt metal. The huge physical impact was enough to shatter steel. However, Natasha's body did not even sway. The powerful physical impact seemed to have disappeared, absorbed by her body. Only the Avengers who were facing her could see that her expression was dazed for a moment. Then, as if a burden had been lifted, she relaxed and revealed a smile. Half relaxed and half sad, Natasha muttered to herself, My stand is very firm. Do you know? Natasha turned around and said to Stark, I've long wanted to give that conceited and annoying face of yours a good punch. Does Jarvis have an outreach network? Natasha asked with a cold smile. What did you say? Tani asked. Looks like there is. I know that. I just want to remind you, Tani, that artificial intelligence is not safe, especially when the other party's technology is several generations ahead of yours. Jarvis. My apologies, sir. My network has been hacked. System disturb. Jarvis. S voice became more and more vague, intermittent, and the electronic noise increased. Finally, he simply turned off the system of the Iron Man armor. Rebooting. Encountered strong signal source interference. Activation failed. System error. High-tech is just unreliable. Huh. Isn't it? Natalie nimbly turned around and leaned on Tani's back. She reached out and took off his mask. Now it's a very solid iron coffin. Thanks to human engineering. Your armor fits perfectly with your body. The question now is, how much power can the human body unleash when there's no space to unleash it? Natasha found the data port of the armor with just a few fumbles. The surrounding liquid metal suddenly extended a silver filament and penetrated into Tani's armor through the gaps of the armor. Countless scrolling Russian data appeared on the optical screen in front of Tani. AI Lenin is repairing the system, modifying the underlying data. 1%, 7%, 87%. Modification complete. The Iron Patriot Soviet is starting. Long live Yuri. Long live the Soviet. Long live the Communist League. Long live the Human Revolutionary Alliance. What the hell? What did you do to my armor? Tani was lying in the Iron Patriot Soviet armor. He couldn't even move a finger. He could only move his eyes and expression to express his anger. Then, his body began to move uncontrollably. No, he was forced to move. The reactivated Iron Patriot locked Stark in his body like a real shackle and prison. At the same time, he stood beside Natalie. Workers of the world, unite and build an unbreakable Soviet Union. The freshly minted Iron Patriot declared in a firm voice when it was activated. Our cause is just and victory will be ours. What should we do? What should we do? Tani closed his eyes and his brain started to work. Let's start from the fact that we know nothing about the Soviet Union. This operation has already failed. We've practically delivered ourselves to their doorstep, exposing our weaknesses and flaws. No one has a chance. Hulk being imprisoned by those metals. It's definitely not that simple. I've designed an anti-Hulk armor. It's not that easy to trap this big monster. If she thinks that Hulk is out, she'll be in trouble. But she's Natalie. She knows Bruce like the back of her hand. She's familiar with each and every one of us. She knows our weaknesses and weaknesses. She won't make such a mistake. You're right. Natalie's voice suddenly rang in Tani's ears. He couldn't help but complain, please. That's Jarvis's headset. And don't peek into my brain. I won't apologize for this offense. Natalie's tone was not bad. Back to the original topic. You guessed it right. I know Bruce better than any of you. Hulk is an invincible monster, but Bruce is just a weak and kind person. Even if he is not restricted by Bruce, Hulk has at least 3 weaknesses. The first is the study of space. This weakness is not so much Hulk's flaw, but rather it's the horror of others. There is a group of people who have reached the pinnacle of the study of space. For them, even if there are no weaknesses, they can still create weaknesses. And they are the allies of the Soviet Union. China. Phase armor. Tani's tone was low, and he replied with a suppressed tone. Yes, in order to fight against the apocalypse, their study of space has reached a terrifying level. Even their allies are afraid that they will erase themselves along with the world. We are very sure that China has the means to destroy Hulk. But you don't dare. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not ask for help from our allies, and they have no time to intervene in our disputes. The entire Republic is preparing for the decisive battle against the apocalypse. This silence is unsettling. So there is the research of the second weakness, the development of physical constants. We have found something that can restrain Hulk, vibranium. Yes, the captain's shield. Natasha nodded, confirming Stark's thoughts. But that is, out of print, the only one of its kind. This is the difference between a government and a hero. A hero only cares about what is there, while an organization cares more about why. You have solved vibranium? No. Natasha said openly, but we know some of the principles, thanks to adamantium, thanks to the mutants. What did you say? What mutants? You know the professor and the others? It seems that you did not know everything from the professor. Also, the professor may be trustworthy, but the mutants are definitely not worthy of an alliance. They are more dangerous to you than us. Hulk's third weakness is his infinite anger. This is the easiest place to defeat him. The Supreme Commissariat can easily control him, but unfortunately he is protected by the professor. Chapter 251. The floating base took 2 days to travel from Shenzhen City to the northern base, and Chu Heng did not say a word along the way. From the South Sea to the south bank of the Yangtze River, this large area was traditionally known as the Huaxia region, and it was filled with the ashes of destruction. The ground was burned into glass, and new soil was covered by the flood. Looking down from the floating base, there was no trace of life in sight, and this sent a chill down Chu Heng's spine. This was all the species in the biosphere of millions of square kilometers. Countless lives, unlimited futures and possibilities, and even some famous names in the future. Nightmare Demon Emperor, Owl Dragon, Hun Hai King, Golden Winged Rock King, White Elephant King Shirzun. That heroic golden age where all living things competed for freedom and 100 races fought for hegemony was wiped out by the rule of the heavens. How could one not be terrified? Which metahuman could remain indifferent? Chu Heng seemed to see the world where life on Earth multiplied and evolved, where all kinds of intelligent creatures competed to blossom in glory, was forcibly cut off by humans using absolutely terrifying methods, massacring and purging the future. He suddenly recalled the 100 races evaluation of humans in the future, as well as the crazed vengeance that was engraved in their genes. Even if it was meaningless to evolution, they still treated humans as the most precious food, an essential ingredient for feasts and sacrifices. Humans are demons, sinners, and only the blood of sinners can please Mother Earth. Humans have original sins, and it is precisely because humans were cruel and tyrannical when they ruled Earth that they were punished by Mother Earth. Chu Heng suddenly understood the deep-rooted fear the 100 races had towards humans. It was precisely this fear that was written in their genes due to being dominated, slaughtered, preyed on, and abused by humans for a long period of time that caused them to be extremely conceited, crazy, tyrannical, and extremely concerned about humans. It was almost pathological, and they imitated the words and actions of humans, as well as their distorted attitudes towards culture and history. This was the distortion and madness of an ant turning over and becoming its master. The heavy rain and monsoon should have brought the seeds of life. Chu Heng heard someone beside him say in confusion, "Why is the remaining life here and the life that spread over from other places still in a state of stagnation after the flood? Even the expansion of the bacterial population has almost stopped because they are afraid." Fear. Yes, they are afraid of us humans. As long as we have not left this area, no life will dare to reproduce here. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? We've already deciphered part of the alien bacteria's genetic code. The research report contains the collective consciousness of the alien bacteria and the collective subconscious. For their own survival, the alien bacteria will tamper with the host's genes, and the genes of life in this area have long been under the control of the alien bacteria, suppressing their urge to reproduce. Our enemy is not just a mindless microorganism, but also an ambitious and highly evolved life form. This is a magnificent evolutionary war, a crossroads of life and death for mankind. Every one of us has the responsibility to sacrifice everything for the continuation and evolution of mankind. We need to re-engrave the dominance of humans in the biosphere of Earth and let the other species in this world understand that their path of evolution is decided by us. We need to engrave their fear of humans in their genes as the most important instinct for survival. I want them to never forget it. The terror of being dominated by humans, the humiliation of adapting to humans. If these species dare to stand up, then they must be prepared to have their spines broken by us. Following the soldier's calm, cold, and murderous declaration, Chu Hung suddenly felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a large hand. He could not breathe, and a chill ran down his spine, as if a blade had brushed past his spine. His entire body trembled, and he shuddered. Why would I be afraid? Aren't I also a human? Chu Hung did not understand. He looked at his hands in a daze, subconsciously ignoring the alien bacteria that the soldier was talking about. The 2-day journey to the floating city was peaceful and uneventful, even though they had already entered the mutated biosphere upstream of the Yangtze River. There was not a single large group of mutated creatures that dared to offend this floating fleet. Occasionally, there would be mutated birds that unintentionally approached, but when they saw humans, they would show a vigilant and fearful attitude. There was not a single trace of the violence and bloodthirst that Chu Hong had imagined. It was as if their instinct to attack humans had disappeared overnight. 3 months later, Beijing base. Chu Hung, tomorrow is the time to inject the gene suppressor again. Chu Hung was walking on the streets of the Bohai Rim Human Security Base in Beijing and Tianjin, listening to his new friend Fang Huai and somewhat neurotic complaints. The man was thin, and there was a violent and restless aura around him. Both of them were metahumans, and in this base where ordinary people had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, they easily formed a small circle. Although Chu Hung instinctively wanted to hide, he had already been forced to register, so he had no choice but to act like an ordinary metahuman, disguising himself as an ordinary metahuman. You should have already felt it. The gene suppressor, it sounds nice saying that it is to suppress the unstable genes in our bodies and prevent malignant mutations. But who can't feel that this thing is used to suppress our metahumans? My metahuman has already begun to decline. The government is persecuting us. Fang Huai's body twitched, and he nervously rolled his eyes and whispered, "They are afraid of our power, jealous of our abilities." Chu Heng's face was gloomy, and he tried his best to show the attitude of an ordinary metahuman, indignant and cowardly, but he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Fang Huai, and this idiot, he can't possibly think that the government really does not monitor us, right? I can complain about this in my heart, but saying it out loud will be evidence of my crimes in the future. When the government wants to settle the score, these are all evidence that will kill me. But this idiot is my best disguise. Recently, my progress in metahuman has almost stopped. Without the assistance of the brain nucleus, the efficiency of my metahuman cultivation has already decreased a lot. Ever since I started injecting the gene suppressor last month, my progress has been as slow as a snail. The government wants to destroy all metahumans. I only used 2 months to reach level 15, but in this 1 month, instead of advancing, I have regressed. I can no longer wait. If I continue to wait, the government will trap me to death, and by then I will become the dog of the rich and powerful. If they want me to live, I will live, and if they want me to die, it will not be a problem. I did not come to this world after rebirth to be a dog for the government. I must escape from here. Chu Hung had made up his mind, but on the surface he did not show it, still showing his anger, cowardice. At the same time, he also noticed the flash of disdain on Fang Huai's face, and Chu Hung only sneered in his heart. Metahumans are the new humans, the great existence that is more adapted to this world than humans, the beloved children of the Creator. Fang Huai, and was still babbling on about the superiority of metahumans, the bloodline theory and natural selection theory of metahumans, and Chu Hung still showed the same expression, agreeing with him submissively. But both of them knew that if they dared to say these words to any ordinary person, that person would only need to say, "It doesn't matter if there are evolvers that are more adapted to this world. We humans have always been adapting the world to us. If this world has eliminated humans, then destroy it and transform it into a world that is more suitable for humans." They could only be angry, but they did not dare to say anything. But this time, after Feng Huai and finished his cliché, he did not leave. Instead, he looked at Chu Heng mysteriously. Feng Huai, and looked at Chu Heng from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, but he had no choice but to pinch his nose and pretend to be very concerned. He whispered into Chu Heng's ear, "Do you know about Mother Earth?" Chu Heng was half pretending and half really shocked as he asked in confusion, "What?" "The Earth has a spirit, and so do all living things. This spirit belongs to Mother Earth, and so do all living things." Feng Huai's expression was very serious as he recited a sentence that Chu Heng was extremely familiar with. The spirit of man belongs to Mother Earth. It is the eldest son of Mother Earth, and the elder brother of all living things. It is loved by Mother Earth and has ruled the earth for 15,000 years. But the spirit of man betrayed Mother Earth. It drank her blood, and so it is guilty. This sin belongs to the spirit, and it is unforgivable and undeniable. It is the original sin of man. Chu Heng followed Feng Huai and recited the prologue of the Mother Earth scripture word by word in his heart. So the Mother Earth religion has already appeared? Chu Heng's heart was in a state of shock. Only he knew the influence of the Mother Earth religion in the future. Mother Earth Saintess Shan Xiai, and would lead her followers to the New World to offer sacrifices in 4 months to obtain the forgiveness of the 100 races. She would then establish the Mother Earth religion that had the greatest influence in the end of the world. Even among the 100 races, there would be a large number of believers. Original sin and celestial nature were the 2 most important ideas in the early days of the Mother Earth religion. The former explained the cause of the end of the world. It was because humans had committed sins. They destroyed the Earth's environment, destroyed all living things created by Mother Earth, and oppressed and enslaved their own brothers. Therefore, they drank Mother Earth's blood and were guilty of original sin, so they were punished. As for the celestial nature, the sinless mutated creatures were sent by Mother Earth to punish humans. Because the souls of humans were sinful, everyone, including infants, were sinful. They had to suffer and suffer in this world until they had redeemed their sins before returning to Mother Earth's embrace. Therefore, all the disasters that humans have suffered are deserved punishments, and the mutated creatures will represent Mother Earth to punish us. They will use our blood to cleanse Mother Earth's blood. Mutated creatures are equal to humans. In order to forgive the sins of humans, Mother Earth awakened the souls of a portion of the righteous, granting them great powers. Thus, the great powers with spirits redeemed their sins. The sinners will have to suffer for generations to come, and this is the only way to return to Mother Earth's embrace. Officer Lin from the base frowned and finished reading the words on the document in his hand with a steely expression. Suddenly, he threw the document on the ground. "What the hell is this?" "Old Lin, don't be angry. This is the document we seized from a portion of the suspects who continued to commit crimes. It seems like it was created by a Chinese woman who called herself Saintess Xian, and it came from the United States. Those metahumans think that we are persecuting them by modifying their chaos genes." Old Lin pointed at the document beneath his feet and sneered. "So they want to be the boss after creating these things." He looked at the portrait of the so-called Saintess Sei and beneath his feet and spat on it. "Damn retards. Metahumans. Since they don't want to be humans anymore, then let them be ghosts. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what imperialism is." Chapter 252. What kind of world have I come to? Chu Heng carefully controlled the steel bars in his body to support his body and looked around in despair. Under his feet was a dark brown, glass-like crystal. With Chu Heng as the center, there was a huge crater with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. It was covered with crystal-like armor plates, formed by high temperature and pressure. Chu Heng felt that his mind was in a mess. Countless fragmented memories were surging in his mind. He had just been violently hit, and the dull pain in the back of his head made it impossible for him to form a coherent memory. All the images turned into fragmented light and shadow, flashing past one by one. Hello everyone, this is News 30. Regarding the Mayan doomsday prophecy that everyone is concerned about, we have invited Professor Liu, an expert in American history from Yenjing University, and Professor Wu, an astronomy professor from Fudan University, to explain the strange phenomena that happened yesterday. The Great Plague in North America has caused at least 200,000 deaths, and more than 5 million people have been infected. Our country has suspended all public activities. The Superpower Registration Bill has been officially passed by the United Nations General Assembly in Antarctica. There are 5 major human reserves. The Antarctic Reserve. Last night, the Antarctic base fell in the beast tide. 7 million survivors are confirmed dead, and the remaining 3 million people have lost contact. The Human Coalition government has announced to open all industrial information and technological databases to all survivor bases. All we can do is to preserve a trace of hope for humanity. The United States has announced the abolition of the Superpower Management and Supervision Bill. The Washington government has been destroyed in the subsequent attack by the Feather Race. All the major survivor bases in North America have declared autonomy. At the same time, a new company law has been passed, recognizing the administrative and judicial powers of cross-base companies. At the same time, each subbase retains the power to legislate. The King of Superpowers, Zhao Luo, has announced his coronation in the Jiangnan base, becoming the first king of superpowers and establishing a royal family. The Jiangnan base has issued a Bill of Rights for superpowers. Superpowers will be granted limited judicial immunity in the Jiangnan base. The Zhao family has announced the death of all those who participated in the protest on the charge of great disrespect. The new Los Angeles base has passed the aristocratic law, recognizing the families established by the kings of superpowers all over the world as having aristocratic rights. At the same time, it has established 3 human classes: aristocrats, citizens, and commoners. It is the first survivor base in the world to recognize aristocrats as slaves. The lower-class commoners have launched a massive uprising. The entire families of the insurgents have been expelled from the base. They have become food for the Feather Race. On the internet, a young member of the Zhao clan invited the Feather Race to a banquet. During the banquet, there was a scandal of cannibalism, and the ability user Qiao Qian was sentenced to death. The Jiangnan king, Zhao Luo, personally acted and killed the ability user who participated in the rebellion. Jiangnan base will announce that this scandal is not true, and at the same time we will establish a network censorship system for Jiangnan base. King Mengshan has announced an alliance with the Feather Clan and has recognized the royal clan of the Feather Clan as the nobles in Mengshan City. The Mother Earth religion became the #1 religion in the world. The king of the winged race admitted to being baptized and converted to Mother Earth. The governments of the various countries were declared illegal by the 100 Cities Alliance, King of Mengshan. Alien cannibalism is the same as human cannibalism of other animals. It is a national culture. Following the excruciating pain in Chu Heng's head, the memory fragments seemed to slowly converge and formed a rough outline along the timeline. This is my memory before my rebirth. There's no mistaking it. Why do I feel like I have forgotten something important? But no, before my rebirth, the human government had not been outlawed yet. These memories are these memories from my rebirth? What was going on? My memory is complete, so what are these extra things? Chu Heng looked up to the sky and held in pain. The metal in his body was embedded in his broken bones, allowing him to stand up again. Along with the heart-wrenching pain and numbness, Chu Heng finally felt the end of the river of memories. He felt that his sore, swollen, and itchy brain had touched the most secret place. The first thing he recalled was an icon. He was very familiar with this icon, but it was a very strange icon in the apocalypse. It was the first icon that surfaced in his memory in a profound and shocking way. It was the brightest flag among the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of mutated creatures. It was an unforgettable scene. Chu Heng could clearly feel that although the memory of that scene had inexplicably appeared in his memory, it was already unforgettable. It was as if he was in another time and space, and he had not transmigrated. It was the most profound memory that he had ever had. The 5-star red flag fluttered in the wind. The song of victory was so loud. In the sky of Chu Heng's memory, a battleship tore through the sea of clouds. Accompanied by the golden sunlight, it completely tore apart the gloomy sky of the apocalypse. Thousands of meters long laser blades were like golden wings on both sides of the cross-shaped battleship. They slowly unfolded and cut down the feather race, members floating under the clouds like harvesting wheat. The sky was raining blood and dismembered corpses. The bright flag at the lower abdomen of the battleship shone brightly under the golden sunlight. It became an unerasable memory for all the survivors in the base below. Beginning to retract the world lines. Salvation Army, D5-982 Corps, get ready. Space-time anchoring. Starting to retract the negative world lines with the space-time of the Dimensional Warriors as the origin. This world-saving operation will be supported by the dimensional points numbered J342 to J351. The headquarters agrees. Destroy the world lines with a deviation of -93. 8 and above. Destroy any possibility of human extinction and any possibility of human deterioration. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not give up. But if there is no hope, then let it perish. Carry out redemption for the world lines with a deviation of 0 to 93. 8. Deploy the interstellar defense system for the development and continuation of human civilization to the timeline with a deviation of more than 0. On the Galaxy Strategic Cruiser Jiangsu, the multidimensional United Front Command of the People's Republic of the Multiverse was methodically arranging the space-time dimensional anchoring of the entire timeline of this plane. For the entire Salvation Army, there was already an established procedure for this kind of work. First, destroy the dimensions without human beings and destroy all the plane systems that led to the demise of human beings. In this case, the main body of the Republic would generally need to eliminate the information of those worlds in a higher dimension. When the correct timeline of the plane was determined and chosen, the Salvation Army would locate the origin of the timeline, which was the key point of the disaster. The timeline would be divided into 2 major systems, the normal standard timeline and the doomsday timeline after the disaster. Yang Qi activated the dimensional membrane projection system on the Gonggong. A simple but extremely complicated projection of Earth appeared in the command cabin of the Gonggong. In Yang Qi's eyes, this was a projection of countless overlapping shadows of Earth, each of which represented a plane of Earth. Commander Yang Qi, the dimensional space-time anchoring has been successful. With the meteorite carrying alien bacteria entering Earth at around 8:21 p.m. Beijing time on December 21st, 2012, the timeline is 0, 0, with the virus completely breaking out on December 31st and the large-scale erosion of Earth as the key point, -1. 1. Confirm the destruction of the world above the timeline, -93. 8-1. Destruction confirmed. Prepare the dimensional shock weapon, heat death generator, chaos virus, super light ion accelerator, universe structure shaker. Apply to the Dimensional War Command Center for information elimination and wipe out the other worlds of this universe. The voice of the artificial intelligence system did not tremble in the slightest. It still asked calmly, confirm to deploy the interstellar defense system for the development and continuation of human civilization to the positive plane of origin, 0. 0. Confirm deployment. On the night of December 21st, 2012, Houston Observatory. Washington, this is Houston. We have just detected an asteroid with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer flying towards Earth. There is an 87% chance of impact. Requesting space-based weapon support. Where is the impact point? In Canada, near the Arctic Circle. Houston, is this meteorite a threat? This is an ice-based meteorite. It is not a threat to the United States. It will disintegrate when it enters the atmosphere and lose most of its volume. The most pessimistic possibility is that it will only have a part of its lethality left. However, its landing point is in no man's land, so it will not cause large-scale damage. Maintain satellite monitoring. Ignore everything else. In space, a cold blue meteorite flew towards Earth at a speed that was not considered fast in the universe, but was quite dangerous in the Earth's speed. In the center of its ice layer, some microorganisms that had not lost their vitality were sleeping. In just 30 minutes, it would fall into the periphery of the Arctic Circle in Nunavut, Canada. At this moment, a stream of information came from the depths of the universe. Anchor point plane, lock on matter matrix moon. Development and continuation of human civilization. Interstellar defense system loading. Matter intelligence completed. Quantum intelligence successfully established. Space-time anchor completed. Loading weapon data. Lock-on threat meteorite number 186486536. Carrying carbon-based biochemical bacteria AE187628. Meteorite will enter the atmosphere in 13 minutes and 23 seconds. 10-9, 8-7. Launch confirmed. Houston Observatory. Washington, the satellite has observed a situation. Emergency. Reporting to Washington. Reporting to Washington. Washington, D.C. Moon, look at the moon. Accept the signal from the satellite. I sent you. Houston, the moon is changing shape? Yes, you're right. Oh my God. Aliens are right beside us. In space, the moon was like a blooming chrysanthemum. The side facing away from Earth unfolded a slender shell that looked like countless petals, forming an energy shield composed of countless material structures and a layer of energy light film. The Star Destroyer cannon in the center instantly locked onto the meteorite coming towards Earth. In the next moment, the only thing the satellite could see was light. The intense light instantly caused the camera to lose control. The next moment, the energy wave evaporated all matter within a 45-degree angle on the side of Earth facing the meteorite. Lock on the source of the meteorite, Pegasus 1676916-7AY71698 planet. Ready the Star Destroyer cannon. Space-time vector distortion locked on. Super space-time, strike 10. 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, fire. In the space-time dimension, this was a scene that had been repeated countless times on Earth before the meteorite arrived. Whether it was dinosaurs or primitive humans living on Earth, whether humans had the ability to see the scene in space or not, at this moment, the defense system deployed on the moon had erased all traces of the existence of special biochemical bacteria in the entire universe. The planet 1676916-7AY71698 in the Pegasus constellation had mysteriously disappeared from the universe, disappearing from the history of mankind. In the world with the negative origin of the dimension, wherever the sun rose at dawn, a dazzling light dazzled the eyes of the survivors. Salvation Army, descend. Chapter 253. Beijing, New York, Mexico, London, Paris, Tokyo, Los Angeles. The ruins were mottled with wreckage and broken walls. Almost no one survived in these cities. Survivors rushed over from all directions and looked at everything in front of them in shock. Those who had lost their loved ones were crying in despair in the ruins. In this war, 42 countries were destroyed forever, and more than 400 million people were sacrificed in this war. Today is the Independence Day of the United States. The President of the United States gave a speech on the ruins of the White House. It is also a day worth remembering by the people of the world. Today, in just a few days, mankind has encountered intelligent creatures other than ourselves for the first time. What it brings us is eternal pain and hatred. History will remember this day. It will remember the unfortunate disaster. It will remember the 400 million innocent people who died because of the most blatant malice in the universe. It will remember the 6 million soldiers of 125 countries who sacrificed their lives to protect Earth for the survival and freedom of mankind. The President of the United States raised his arms emotionally. Since the birth of history, we have never had a heart so closely united. Today, I will forget which country and which nation we are from, and remember the same identity, fellow human beings. It is the grief of losing our loved ones and the flames of hatred that unite us. In the face of the invasion of aliens, the disputes between human races are so ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no intention of criticizing what we have done in the past, but after today, we must let go of all the disputes and differences and return to the same position, because they will make a comeback. It had been 25 years since the Independence Day War. The tragic war from 20 years ago still left a shadow in the human memory. Not to mention the encirclement and annihilation of the remaining alien troops in Africa, South America, and Central Asia. The remaining alien troops were cleaned up one after another. Almost every family wore mourning clothes on Memorial Day every year. Memorial Day became one of the most important festivals on Earth to commemorate loved ones and remember the war. Everyone knew that the aliens would not give up. One day, they would definitely make a comeback. In order to monitor and defend against the alien fleet, the United Nations established the Space Defense Joint Agency. China took the lead in establishing an outpost on the moon, and the United States was responsible for the monitoring base on Saturn's ring. In the face of a survival crisis, humans finally showed their perseverance and unity. They voluntarily gave up most offensive military facilities and devoted all human strength to defending against aliens and developing interstellar technology. Moon Base, Global Joint Defense Agency. General Yang, the United Nations believes that you need to use cloning technology carefully. We have examined at least 2,300 unconscious clones on the moon base, and the oldest one has been sealed for 19 years. The governments of the various countries support the moon base with $80 billion every year, not so that you can waste your precious resources on this place. I remember that China would submit a report to the National Audit Office every year. Every cent of your money is guaranteed to be used in the most critical areas. General Yang pushed open the door to the second floor of the base. His eyes swept across the rows of ceramic cultivation nests. Under the green nutrient solution, the bodies of the soldiers who had been sleeping for many years were pale and pale. Beneath the sturdy and uniform muscles were powerful, explosive power and vitality. These modified human bodies possessed the most perfect dynamic vision and reflexes. They were the most perfect warriors of mankind. It was just that these warriors were all sleeping in this narrow breeding nest. They had no souls or consciousness. You should have read the report we submitted, Doctor. General Yang gently brushed away the dust on the nests and turned to Professor Frank. These are the descending bodies of the future soldiers. Inglong, 2020. They are spirit-enhanced descending bodies in a zero-gravity space environment. In the future war, we alone have no chance of winning. We need the support of our compatriots from other dimensions. Frank shook his head. We don't have any concrete evidence to prove that it was a signal from another dimension, although this information carried a large amount of technology and helped mankind achieve a breakthrough in interstellar warfare. The disaster 25 years ago taught us that this world is dangerous. We can't pin our hopes on an unknown signal. You don't understand. General Yang sighed. That is our compatriots, another great civilization and country. China is the pillar of the Joint Defense Agency. It can be said that the human space era was supported by two countries, China and the United States. Because of this, they have the right to speak on equal terms with us. We need their strength in space development, and they also need our dominance over the global industry. The world is increasingly divided into two camps, us and China. The depth of cooperation between the two camps and the high degree of information sharing have reduced global conflicts by 90% after independence. But because of this, China's peaceful rise has been tolerated. The young female president put down her pen. Since independence, due to the mental pollution of aliens or some other reason, a group of listeners who claim to be able to receive information from other dimensions have appeared. A large number of individuals suspected to be the descending bodies of the information have joined the decision-making and military of China. They have deciphered a large amount of technical information, allowing China to become a superpower in space. Because of this, they have diverged from us in terms of defense. They hope to guide the human civilization from another dimension to descend, and that civilization has close ties with China. Your Excellency, do you mean that China might be an extraterrestrial civilization? A member of Parliament questioned. At present, there is no evidence to prove this. That dimensional civilization is very far from Earth and can only be projected into our world in the form of information bodies. But they have already issued a warning to us. For human civilization, a disaster is imminent and they will fight to the death for mankind. The descenders are not awake, Your Excellency. They are still in a half-asleep state and have not recalled their memories before their arrival. But we can be sure that it will not be long before they awaken. An expert stood up and explained. When it came to sensitive topics, the atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became intense. The Declaration of Unity established since independence and the long-term hegemony of the United States caused the entire meeting room to enter into a fierce argument. At this moment, a staff officer barged into the meeting room.